Kak Jah merupakan seorang peniaga kuih kecil-kecilan. Kak Jah berhajat untuk melabur sebahagian keuntungan perniagaannya untuk simpanan hari tua serta dapat membantu menyara pendidikan anak-anaknya. Untuk mengumpul dana, Kak Jah sedang mencari platform pelaburan yang bersesuaian dengan kemampuan serta mudah difahami. Rush pula bekerja sebagai pemandu servis pengantaran makanan. Disebabkan sifat pekerjaan beliau yang berisiko tinggi, Rush mahu mencari perlindungan insurans yang mampu melindungi beliau serta keluarga sekiranya berlaku kemalangan yang tidak diduga. Ahsan pula merupakan pengusaha bengkel motosikal. Dia sedang mencari pembiayaan mikro untuk memperbesarkan bengkel motosikal yang dimilikinya selepas permohonannya ditolak oleh beberapa institusi kewangan. Bagaimanapun, mereka tiada akses dan kurang berpengetahuan untuk mendapatkan perkhidmatan yang mereka perlukan. Macam mana kita hendak menolong mereka? Memperkenalkan iBerkat. iBerkat merupakan inisiatif Malaysia Digital Economy Corporation MDEC untuk membantu rakyat khususnya komuniti B40 dan perusahaan kecil dan sederhana mikro mendapatkan ilmu pengetahuan dan akses kepada perkhidmatan kewangan digital. Menerusi kerjasama dengan syarikat-syarikat teknologi kewangan fintech, rakyat dapat menikmati pembiayaan kewangan mikro, melakukan pelaburan dengan mudah serta perlindungan insurans dengan harga yang berpatutan. Permohonan boleh dibuat secara online dan dapat diakses pada bila-bila masa di mana-mana saja anda berada. Yang penting, perkhidmatan ini dijamin telus, selamat serta diiktiraf oleh kerajaan. Wah, pakai telefon bimbit je? Ish, mudah betul. Dengan modal pelaburan yang kecil, wang simpanan Kak Jah bertambah dan anak-anaknya pula dapat jaminan untuk melanjutkan pengajian kelak. Lepas ni, Rush tak perlu risau lagi dengan adanya perlindungan insurans mikro. Murah pula tu. Amboi, Aseng tersenyum lebar selepas bengkel motosikalnya dibesarkan. Untunglah ada pembiayaan mikro yang senang lulus. Layari mdec.my/iberkat untuk mengetahui lebih lanjut mengenai iberkat. Boleh online aja, semuanya di ujung jari. Kak Jah merupakan seorang peniaga kuih kecil-kecilan. Kak Jah berhajat untuk melabur sebahagian keuntungan perniagaannya untuk simpanan hari tua serta dapat membantu menyara pendidikan anak-anaknya. Untuk mengumpul dana, Kak Jah sedang mencari platform pelaburan yang bersesuaian dengan kemampuan serta mudah difahami. Rash pula bekerja sebagai pemandu servis pengantaran makanan. Disebabkan sifat pekerjaan beliau yang berisiko tinggi, Rash mahu mencari perlindungan insurans yang mampu melindungi beliau serta keluarga sekiranya berlaku kemalangan yang tidak diduga. Ahsan pula merupakan pengusaha bengkel motosikal. Dia sedang mencari pembiayaan mikro untuk membesarkan bengkel motosikal yang dimilikinya selepas permohonannya ditolak oleh beberapa institusi kewangan. Bagaimanapun, mereka tiada akses dan kurang berpengetahuan untuk mendapatkan perkhidmatan yang mereka perlukan. Macam mana kita hendak menolong mereka? Memperkenalkan iBerkat. iBerkat merupakan inisiatif Malaysia Digital Economy Corporation MDEC untuk membantu rakyat khususnya komuniti B40 dan perusahaan kecil dan sederhana mikro mendapatkan ilmu pengetahuan dan akses kepada perkhidmatan kewangan digital. Menerusi kerjasama dengan syarikat-syarikat teknologi kewangan fintech, rakyat dapat menikmati pembiayaan kewangan mikro, melakukan pelaburan dengan mudah serta perlindungan insurans dengan harga yang berpatutan. Permohonan boleh dibuat secara online dan dapat diakses pada bila-bila masa di mana-mana saja anda berada. Yang penting, perkhidmatan ini dijamin telus, selamat serta diiktiraf oleh kerajaan. Wah, pakai telefon bimbit je? Ish, mudah betul. Dengan modal pelaburan yang kecil, wang simpanan Kak Jah bertambah dan anak-anaknya pula dapat jaminan untuk melanjutkan pengajian kelak. Lepas ni, Rash tak perlu risau lagi dengan adanya perlindungan insurans mikro. Murah pula tu. Amboi, Seng tersenyum lebar selepas bengkel motosikalnya dibesarkan. Untunglah ada pembiayaan mikro yang senang lulus. Layari mdec.my/iberkat untuk mengetahui lebih lanjut mengenai iberkat. Boleh online aja, semuanya di ujung jari.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning to all participants. I'm Azrin Shahida and I will be the moderator for today's event. It is with pleasure that IBFIM is hosting the VBIAF Sectoral Guide Town Hall. We are streaming live from the premises of our logistics partner, The Orbit, a fintech hub by MDEC in Bangsa South. Today's town hall will feature a briefing of the 3 sectoral guides related to the renewable energy, energy efficiency, and palm oil sectors. The guides were recently published for a public consultation period for 3 months commencing 24th August 2020. Also in the lineup for today are technical experts from each sector who will be providing their practical perspectives in managing the risks highlighted in each guide. We will end each session with question and answer, and we will invite participants to submit your questions in the Slido link that has been shared in the chat section on your right, and key in the code 50403 to access the link. Now, to officiate this town hall, I would like to invite Encik Ikhwan Mughzani bin Muhammad, the Chief Executive Officer of Bank Islamic Berhad and Chairman of the VBIAF Sectoral Guide Working Group, to give his...
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera and good morning to the representatives of Bank Negara Malaysia, community of practitioners of VBI, Islamic financial institutions, IBFIM, policymakers, practitioners, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the VBI community of practitioners, I wish to welcome you to the inaugural VBI Sectoral Guide Town Hall. This Town Hall will comprise a 3-part webinar featuring briefing on the 3 sectors for which sectoral guides have been developed, namely palm oil, renewable energy, and energy efficiency. I invite you to share your feedback, views, thoughts, and ideas so that we are able to consider the various perspectives of impact-based criteria in the documents to facilitate the decision-making process of financial institutions. Ladies and gentlemen, we are living in an increasingly interconnected world. Combined with rising expectations for enhanced corporate governance and transparency, the various environmental and societal issues plaguing the world manifest the profound need for corporations and financial institutions to actively manage risks and opportunities related to emerging environmental and social trends. These issues are calling for corporations and financial institutions to serve not only an economic but an environmental and social purpose. The notion that the fiduciary duty of corporations and financial institutions is limited to the maximization of shareholder value gave rise to reluctance to integrate environmental, social, and corporate governance considerations in decision-making processes. But the tide has shifted as evidence has grown that ESG issues do have financial implications and could ultimately contribute to more stable economies, which is in the interest of all market players. Alhamdulillah, with this realization, the concept of sustainability has come to the fore. To financial institutions, it is abundantly clear that ESG challenges could lead to the customer's inability to meet their financial obligations to the financial institutions or depreciation of the customer's collateral. The success of financial institutions and their ability to remain profitable and relevant is intrinsically dependent on the long-term prosperity of the planet and societies which they serve. Sustainability is the key to ensure the long-term longevity of our business. This can be viewed from various lenses, including ESG, SRI, or ethical investments. Ladies and gentlemen, recognizing the need to come to the fore, a number of Islamic banks in Malaysia, together with Bank Negara Malaysia, are committed to promote the concept of value-based intermediation, or VBI, which aims to deliver the intended outcomes of Sharia through practices, conduct, and offerings that generate positive and sustainable impact to the environment, community, and economy, consistent with shareholders, sustainable returns, and long-term interests. VBI promotes a more holistic observation of Sharia by ensuring that Islamic banking offerings and products not only comply with Sharia requirements, but also achieve the intended outcomes of Sharia. More business opportunities could be created if the current paradigm could be shifted to extend beyond compliance towards delivering value propositions not only to customers but to the wider stakeholders within the society and the economy at large. These Islamic banks have formed the VBI community of practitioners to pool their resources and expertise to codify VBI by, amongst others, the strategy document, scorecard, and the VBI Financing and Investment Framework, or the VBIAF. To support the implementation of the VBIAF, the COP has established the VBIAF Sectoral Guide Working Group to develop sectoral guides on sectors and activities. And today we are here to discuss about the three sectors being palm oil, renewable energy, and energy efficiency. The sectoral guides would facilitate financial institutions to implement an ESG impact-based risk assessment framework by recommending key impact-based risk factors of the sector or activity which can typically generate significant risks if not well managed, but could present opportunities if the risks are proactively addressed. They also provide examples of measurement matrix across the entire risk impact-based assessment process. The sectoral guides provide the parameters which facilitate a financial institution to overlay its credit or investment decisions with an ESG risk score, so that the financial institutions is able to derive financial outcomes which incorporate the ESG impact of its financing and investment decisions. In addition, the sectoral guides are intended to provide transparency to customers and investors in relation to financial institutions' ESG assessment considerations in arriving at their final financing and investment decisions. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are facing a global health crisis unlike any, with the COVID-19 pandemic attacking societies at their core. This unprecedented situation in recent history presents a new set of challenges with far-reaching ramifications for financial institutions. The current COVID-19 pandemic is a painful reminder that financial institutions are exposed to financial risks stemming from potential disruption to the global supply chain and customers' operations. And unless financial institutions behave responsibly and participate in efforts to alleviate the devastating impact to societies, financial institutions themselves could perish from this major health and economic crisis. Islamic financial institutions stand in good stead to contribute towards a vibrant economy which is underpinned by a healthy civil society and a sustainable planet. The inherent principles of fairness and social responsibility, which are intrinsically linked to being Sharia compliant, are poised to support financial stability, sustainable ecosystem, efficient use of resources, and innovation to create new market opportunities. Islamic financial institutions are able to better manage environmental and social impacts in a way that contribute to the sustainable development of global society. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to take the opportunity to express my gratitude to Bank Negara Malaysia, the community of practitioners, the project manager, industry experts, and members of the working group for their tireless dedication and cooperation, without which the sectoral guides would not be a reality. It is indeed a privilege to be appointed as the first chairman of the working group, and I'm confident that the chairman and working group of the next cohort would continue the good work in developing other guides for other sectors as well. Once again, I urge you to participate and share your thoughts, views, and ideas to make the sectoral guide documents to be more meaningful and as far-reaching as possible. With this, I wish you have a very good webinar and town hall, and do keep safe. Sekian wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Encik Ikhwan. Renewable energy was selected to be in the first cohort of the VBIAF Sectoral Guide due to its strong links with the Malaysia's economy and its ability to support Malaysia's transition into a low-carbon economy. It is in both Malaysia and the ASEAN region's target to increase the penetration of renewable energy as a means to reduce the consumption of fossil-based fuels. This represents significant financing and investment opportunities for financial institutions. The RE Sectoral Guide was developed in collaboration with Bank Negara Malaysia, technical experts from SEDA, the World Bank Group, WWF Malaysia, as well as representatives from COP member banks, Standard Chartered SADC, Bank Islam, and HSBC Amanah. And now, joining us from across the border is Mr. Roger Charles, Executive Director of Group Environmental and Social Risk Management, Standard Chartered Sadiq Berhad, the Project Manager for the RE Sub-Working Group, and he will be taking us through the contents of the sectoral guide. Good morning, Mr. Roger. Are you in Singapore or are you somewhere else?
I am in Singapore. It looks like I am in a different background. I'm actually in a more respectable office than my home right now.
Okay. We can see your screen clearly. We just have to see your slides.
I'm sharing my slides. This worked better yesterday.
Yeah. Your cursor can go to the lower part of the screen. So we saw your cursor going down just now at the slides. Are you able to display the...
Let me try this again.
Okay. Yeah, we can start again.
Oh, yes.
It's okay. Take your time.
There we are.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Oh, yep.
Could you expand the size through the projector at the bottom of the screen?
Try this one more time. Apologies.
This should be... Okay. That's fine.
Now.
You've not begun to share your screen actually. So for this participants, for the sequence, once we end with Mr. Rogers' presentation, we will have a presentation by Datuk Khairuddin, the Group Chief Executive Officer of the Concord Group of Companies, and followed by Encik Zuhri Rashid from Malaysia Debt Ventures. Okay.
Yes.
Are you okay there?
This worked so much better yesterday on the trial.
Okay, it's okay. Maybe we can share the presentation for you, and you can just advise us when to move the next slides. Will that be fine?
Yes, that'll be great.
Yeah. Okay. We'll be sharing that in a few seconds. It's fine. Okay. Perhaps you could just introduce yourself to the participants.
My name is Roger Charles. I work in the Environmental Social Risk Management team in Standard Chartered Bank, based out of Singapore. The team is comprised of industry experts. We all come from industry. I have a background in oil and gas and shipping. We also have sector specialists in agri, in rubber and palm oil and forestry, as well as in metals and mining. And essentially, our team is we look at the environmental social risks associated with the financing of the bank. So whether it be relationships with clients, whether it be inter-transactions, our team is established to review and conduct due diligence at every level to ensure that we do not have an impact. So essentially, we are the arm of the bank where we try and do no harm. And so I will I will expand on that as we go through the presentation. So if we can start on the first slide.
Great. Yeah.
Yes.
Do you see the slides? Okay, great. Yeah. So the control for the slides will be in the left side of your screen actually. You'll see 01, 02. There'll be tiny arrows that you can use to go to the next page.
You might need to. Oh, there we go. There we go. Fine. So in the
great.
development of the sector guidelines, I guess the most important part was to define what we consider as renewable energy. Renewable energy is quite wide in terms of its definition. There is, whether geothermal and hydroelectric are considered as true renewable energy. However, we followed very much the national definition, and rather than encompassing every aspect of renewable energy, it was decided that we would focus on solar PV installations, processing plants installations for biofuels and biomass, and hydroelectric, which will include infrastructure, dam structures, river diversions, run of the river, and pumped storage. In terms of the exclusions, at this point, we are not going to include wind or geothermal, as these aren't big areas right now, but in the future, they may be included, as this document is what I would consider a live document. It's a work in progress, and it will be developed and built on in later years. So the guidance will primarily focus on the direct impacts of the upstream power producers, such as the public and private utilities sector. And we will also give a consideration to the indirect impacts within the renewable energy value chain that could give rise to both financial and operational risks in the future. And examples of that would include, the responsible sourcing of raw materials and feedstocks, and appropriate life cycle analysis, including waste management, mainly around waste management and decommissioning of plants. Now, going on to this, I'll stay on this slide. Renewable energy is a requirement, given the state of the planet right now in terms of climate change, and we see the rise of renewable energy. The cost is coming down. It's competing with fossil fuels, and it is now embedded within the policies of many countries, where they have set national determined contributions, and they would, as part of their policy, they would increase the amount of renewable energy within their grids. However, one thing which is overlooked with renewable energy, which is not really seen. Everyone looks at renewable energy as being the green solution, and it's that from a climate change, from a carbon perspective. However, as with any project and any asset, everything comes with risk, and so the way that we are developing these guidelines is to provide to outline the environmental and social risks associated with renewable energy. And we have looked at projects from around the globe where issues have occurred, and we have tried to formulate this within these guidelines to provide guidance to the user in considerations they should be making when financing or even constructing renewable energy projects. So a little bit of background in terms of the commercial proposition in terms of Malaysia. We have the renewable energy transition roadmap, the up to 2035, which targets to increase renewable energy to 20% of the national installed capacity. This is excluding large hydro by 2025. And so within this resources, we're looking at solar PV, we're looking at biogas, biomass, and small hydro. And so to enable the transition roadmap, there is a number of schemes, policy and schemes which have been put in place, where we have the FIT mechanism from 2011, and then more recently that's now been replaced by the net energy metering and self-consumption schemes, and moving on to the large scale solar photovoltaic plants. And then we have the GTFS 2 and GITA and GIT, which provide tax allowances and incentivizes essentially the uptake of renewable technology within from a domestic and from a commercial perspective. So we have a roadmap in place, we have the mechanisms in place. These obviously will change and they will evolve over time, and in most cases will become more aggressive as we move into this decade. So as I mentioned before, in terms of renewable energy, everything comes with an environmental social risk. There's very rarely we'll have any sector that will not have an impact from an environmental social risk perspective. And with that can bring financial impacts to the bank in terms of the operational capacity or ability for projects to operate, or from a reputational. And that comes in two areas. And the first is the reputation to the bank. That, for example, we've financed a wind farm in an area where it's high biodiversity, where you have in terms of threatened species of birds and animals and deforestation that needs to be cleared to make way for that asset to be located there. And also from a reputational perspective, from a social license to operate. And this is now becoming more key within for developers, where they need to make room or clear an area or locate a asset which is close to or within communities, and you will lead to community displacement. You would need to get the community on board. You would need to have their consent, and that's what social license to operate means. Where if that is not achieved, then community community impacts and how they react to that project can have lasting effects on not only the developer, but also the financial institutions which have financed that asset. So as such, financial institutions should develop a risk management framework to manage environmental risk in a systematic and consistent manner. Now, FIs already have what I would consider a risk management framework, and that would be from a credit perspective. It could be from a reputational perspective already. And so what we're asking is to consider the environmental and social risks that would like fit into your existing framework. It's not a new framework to develop, it's just to put new considerations in there. And we would look at this in two different levels. We'd look at it from a client assessment, and we'd look from it from a transaction assessment. So, from a client assessment, we would look to benchmark each individual client's E&S risks, and obviously their track record in managing such risks prior to onboarding and ongoing relationships. So, as part of that, and as part of any know your client, we would undertake a due diligence process and assess whether the client's commitment to do the right thing, their capacity, and obviously track record in terms of is there any negative media on the client? Have they got legal action against them? Secondly, we would look at clients now, which is becoming more and more commonplace, where they would achieve certifications in environmental social management practices, and this could come in the form of local standards. It could come in the form of international standards such as the ISO 14000 environmental management standards, or the OSHAS 18000 management standards, which have now been combined into something ISO 45000. And that certification provides a third-party verification that our clients are continuously monitoring and improving on their environmental and occupational health management of their company, as well as the projects which they are developing. So hi.
Hi, Roger. I'm so sorry to interrupt you. We actually have 1 more minute for your presentation.
Okay, I'll
so sorry.
I'll go through. The second will be by transaction, where we'll have it's applicable to a project or asset, and essentially we look to ensure that this is developed in line with our expected sort of standards. So some of the issues that we would normally see. So like I said, like RE is not, it was generally considered as green, but it does have impact. So for example, global solar waste streams, for example, are estimated to grow, to 250,000 tons by the end of 2016 to more than 5 million tons by 2050. And the question is there enough capacity in the world to recycle these? Other issues would include land access, acquisition, biodiversity loss, water usage, pollution, labor rights and working conditions, community relations, and obviously human rights. And so what we ask as like a know your own client and our own due diligence process is to understand these issues and develop a risk assessment framework in your decision making. So whether you consider each of these aspects of environmental social risk, and then to rank them as this would be a low risk, a medium risk, high risk, and an unacceptable risk to the bank. And so in terms of the process that we are trying to establish here is to provide guidance to establish procedures and escalation processes. And I've opened this up in 2 areas. And as I mentioned, we have the do less harm, where we look to applicable laws and certification schemes. We look to identify representations and warranties within loan documentation, identify escalation procedures, including remedies and penalties, and identify time-bound rectification plans for non-compliances. On the flip side of that, we have the proactive measures, and that's what I would consider the do more good. And that's to identify incentives for, to meet certain impact-based targets, offering green financial products to incentivize clients, and collaborate with the relevant government NGOs and awareness programs. So in all of this, if you understand the risk management and you have a good risk management framework, you're being a responsible lender. You know that the projects will be developed in a responsible way, and then with that as your foundation, then you can look to the opportunities for financial institutions. So within this framework, and combined with government support in various policies and schemes, there's an opportunity for financials to grow in this segment, to adopt a standardized process such as this guidance.
I'm so sorry, Roger, to interrupt you again. Perhaps I'll ask you a question about the opportunities in the question and answers, and we'll hear from you the slides.
And this is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, one of the challenges of developing RE projects, as highlighted in the guide, is access to financing. And this is partly due to the MFI's unfamiliarity of the RE project lifecycle. I am joined here this morning by our next presenter, Yang Bahagia Datuk Khairuddin bin Tan Sri Muhammad Hussein, Group Chief Executive Officer of the Concord Group of Companies. Good morning, Datuk. Thank you for joining us today.
Good morning, Azrin.
Datuk Khairuddin will be presenting about project management and operation and maintenance of biogas renewable energy projects. The Concord Group has presence in the renewable energy sectors of Malaysia and Indonesia, focusing on biogas production from palm oil mill effluent. Yang Bahagia Datuk, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, begin.
Assalamualaikum and a very good morning to everyone. My name is Datuk Khairuddin bin Tan Sri Muhammad Hussein, currently the CEO of Concord Group of Companies. Concord Group, we have operations in Malaysia and Indonesia. Primarily in Malaysia, we are a developer of biogas projects from POME, palm oil mill effluent. And in Indonesia, we also do EPCC and operation and maintenance for biogas plants. I think before we start, we have a video that we wish to present and share with everyone before I start with my presentation this morning. Maybe Azrin can
Yes.
proceed.
Thank you, Dato'.
The topic that I'm going to present today is entitled Project Management and Operation and Maintenance on Biogas Renewable Energy. First and foremost, I wish to introduce our role, Concord's role in biogas renewable energy projects. In Malaysia, Concord Group, we are a biogas developer whereby we link up with palm oil mill owners in order to get the feedstock of POME. POME is called, the full definition of POME is palm oil mill effluent, whereby we take in the POME from the mills, whereby in Malaysia currently we are doing and we are operating for some of our clients. We have constructed for FGV Felda. We are now doing construction work biogas plant for TDM. We are also doing for Rizda, and with Malakoff we are doing for Trade Winds currently. So we take in the POME from the palm oil mill owner from their mills, and by the process of biogas we generate methane gas, and this gas is captured and then we convert this gas to become electricity by way of a biogas engine. So the electricity that we produce, we will sell this green energy to TNB, and every month we get monthly income from TNB under a FIT scheme which usually runs over 21 years for biogas. This FIT scheme in Malaysia is under the responsibility of SEDA Malaysia. So on our part, we are the project developer, but we have our partners, which is the palm oil mill owner. So what we do, the monthly revenue that we receive from TNB, we will share with our mill owner. If you see, there are few key considerations which are very critical. Before you start or even evaluate a biogas project, you have to evaluate at the preliminary stage, whereby one, is the project viable? Then you have to see in terms of viability, in terms of the power generation potential of the plant, is it easy enough? Do you want to do 1 megawatt or do you want to do a 2 megawatt plant? Usually when you do a bigger plant, the economies of scale comes in. Then also you have to see the land availability around the area, and you have to see in terms of the interconnectivity of the power system study, because not all plants can be connected to the TNB substation. So that is also a critical factor. Only after you have gone through this viability process, then only you can go to SEDA and you can seek under a tender to get the FIT quota from SEDA. At the same time, whilst doing this, after you have got, let's say, the green light on the viability, you also need to see in terms of your financing capacity. In this, it means that you need enough cash, enough funds for you to construct the biogas plant and for you to operate and maintain the biogas plant over the 21 years. Once all these are cleared, then you need to come in and formalize all this arrangement with your partners. For example, you have to have maybe, most probably will be a BOT agreement with the palm oil mill owners for 21 years, back to back with your REPA period. Plus, at the same time, you also need to formalize your financial facility with your financial institutions by way of agreement, loan agreement, and also along the way, you might also may seek additional support from the government agencies, like in the incentives we have in Malaysia. For example, in Malaysia, currently the Concord Group, we have very good support from our financiers, such as Hong Leong Bank. They have been very supportive of us for all our projects until now. Then we also have MDV, which gives us a soft loan under the bioeconomy program. Then we are also a recipient of Teraju, whereby they gave us a grant. Then also the green certification, the My Hijau certification from MGTC, and also the corporate guarantee from the government under the CGC. All this helps you for you to start off the projects. The next stage that you have to bear in mind would be the construction stage. Cash flow is very essential here because you have deadlines, you have timelines that you have to adhere to. So without enough cash, sufficient cash, the project might suffer. But at the same time, while chasing for deadlines, for example, the deadlines by SEDA, SEDA usually gives you 3 years for you to commission the project. Whilst chasing the deadline, you also have to remember, you have to ensure the quality is up to the standard. The quality of the equipment, the quality of your contracting work have to be of high standard because you have to sustain for 21 years. At the same time, whilst constructing your biogas plant, just remember, you still have to keep close contact with your stakeholders. Because here, when you do a biogas plant, it's a power plant. And when you do a biogas plant, there are so many other interested parties, other stakeholders which are involved. So that, like the local authorities, we have like SEDA, TNB, MIDA, your MPOB, DOE, DOSH, they all take interest in your project. At the same time, you also have your financiers. For example, in our case, Hong Leong, MDV, Teraju, because they give you the fundings. So you need to keep a close contact with them so that they know that you are doing something which is right. At the same time, contractors, you also need to pay them on time because they are the ones doing your contracting work. So you don't want to delay your projects. So that one you have to remember, they have to be paid on time. Then at the same time, lastly, another important, very important stakeholder is the mill owner. Because at the end of the day, they are your partners. You are renting, you are leasing the land at their plant, and they are supposed to get the revenue share, and they are supposed, you are supposed to maintain the waste management for them. So all these are very important stakeholders that you have to bear in mind as you go along constructing and operating over the 21 years. In terms of the ESG factors, there are a few things that biogas comes in and make good. One, in terms of the environment, by having biogas plant, your wastewater management will be more systematic in compliance with the Department of Environment discharge parameters. Also, by having a biogas plant, for you will be more systematic of capturing the gas under your digester cover. Because unlike the conventional system whereby it's an open pond system, the pollution goes direct to the environment. By having a biogas plant, you trap it under your digester, and this gas you will convert later to become electricity. And more importantly, by having a biogas plant and you have more RE players, not only for biogas, the more RE players we have in Malaysia, the more it contributes to our national RE energy mix target of 20% by 2025 by having cleaner electricity production as compared to other alternatives. In terms of social responsibility, biogas plants are mostly located in rural areas of Malaysia. So this is where, when you do biogas plant, you can help to improve the living conditions of the people staying there. For example, like Concord Group, what do? We always prioritize, for example, we do FELDA projects. We always prioritize to take in the family of the settlers there to be in our workforce. At the same time, you also can give contracting work to the local peoples around the area. We also do knowledge transfers by giving internship placement for undergraduates. And also, you should also consider, as part of CSR, maybe you can do courses for universities. For example, in December last year, we did a 3-day course at University Malaysia Terengganu just to educate students on biogas. And on top of that, if you have the capacity, you can also do some organic farming, for example. For example, we plant our own veggie, fruits at our biogas plant. In terms of corporate governance, it's very important, like I said just now, to keep your engagement with stakeholders. For example, your external stakeholders. Your internal stakeholders is very important too, which are your staff. You have to give them the sense of belonging. And also your business partners, for example, your mill owners and your JV partners. Policies and SOPs are also very important to keep it for your internal control to be strong, for you to sustain the 21 years. And employee development, you have to reward your employee for good work, for high performance work, and you have to have a career plan for all your employees so that they know they have a future in this industry. In terms of general risks, basically we can divide into two. One is during construction and one during operation. During construction, you have to decide up front. Either you build a very high spec, very expensive biogas plant, you have to outlay a bit more in advance, but over the years it can sustain, so you can reduce your O&M for the 21 years, or you can do a lesser spec and a cheaper biogas plant, but you may need to pay more as you go along to operate and maintain over the 21 years. So you have to decide your priority. During operation, if you see on my slide, we have few factors that we have to bear in mind in terms of managing risk. One is the fluctuation of the feedstock supply, the decommissioning of mill, on the availability of the spare parts or equipment as we operate over the 21 years, the lack of skilled workforce as we go along. So training is very important. And also in biogas plant, breakdowns and repairs are normal. So the more important thing is how do you attend corrective maintenance in time for you to start back operation. That is important. If you see the next slide, this is an overview of the whole system. You have the palm oil mill discharging the palm oil mill effluent into our biogas plant. Then by way of process, we capture the gas, we convert into electricity, and we sell back to the national grid. This is the whole cycle. The role of financial institutions. Currently in Malaysia, we have very good incentives given by the government agencies, because I'm also the chairman of Asia Pacific Biogas Alliance. When I compare with other countries, I must say the incentives we have here is very, very good. So for example, for a new player, if you have to start today, where do you go first? You go direct to the bank. But what I would suggest is that, no, you go and seek your GTFS first, your Green Technology Financing Scheme. You go and seek your CGC guarantee first, because without this, even the bankers will be very difficult for them to give the RE funding. But let's say you have the CGC guarantee, you have the GTFS by the government, then they have some sort of government guarantee that can assure them. On top of that, as you move along, you can try to get, for example, loans, soft loans from government agencies. Like we got it from BTP loan under the bioeconomy. We got from Unit Peneraju Agenda Bumi Putra, we got a grant of 15%. Then also, we are also a recipient of pioneer status from MIDA, and also a recipient, if you see MIDA, they also have the tax incentives there under GITA and GITE. This is some of the incentives that you should consider. Okay, my last slide, this is basically our wish list from the industry players to the financial institutions. Usually, if you need to have a financing facility, it will take anywhere between 7 to 9 months. What we request here is that for the processing time to be much lower, because we have a deadline we set out of 3 years. If it takes 8 to 9 months for the drawdown to happen, then it will delay our project. Secondly, loan financing ratio to make it higher. Currently, the banks usually give 70-80%, but I think at least 80% subject to the bank's risk appetite. But if you can give higher, more than 80%, it will help more investors to come into RE projects. Thirdly, as our REPA is 21 years, I suggest to make it longer, the tenureship of the loan, because at least the monthly repayment, the servicing of principal and interest can be lower for RE players, and you can get more RE players come into the industry. Then I suggest to have a moratorium, because usually upfront you have so many costs as a developer, and also you cannot operate at the maximum. So upfront usually you have a lot of obligations that you have to pay out. So if there's a moratorium, especially let's say more than 2 years of moratorium for interest and profit and to be capitalized, it helps RE players like us. Then next one, the last two, I would say banks for RE funds to have a more competitive interest rate, or maybe a fixed interest rate so that we know the cost upfront, and also maybe can customize the financing facilities, not only like the just offering the conventional loan, but also to come in with sukuks or bonds or whatever instruments there are out there. I think I have to end my presentation here because I've been given the signal by the moderator. But anyway, any other questions I can answer during the Q&A sessions. Thank you very much. Waalaikumsalam.
Thank you very much, Datuk Khairuddin, for the insights provided. I'm sure it was very helpful for the financial institutions as well as newcomers in the RE sector. Next, we will hear a case study by Malaysia Debt Ventures Berhad, a financial agency that provides financing facilities to develop high-impact sectors of the economy, one of which includes green technology. Our presenter will share their assessment process, the risks involved, and the mitigation measures when funding green technology. With that, I would like to welcome Encik Zuhri Rashid, Vice President of Business and Technology Advisory Division from Malaysia Debt Ventures Berhad, to start his presentation. Assalamualaikum, Encik Zuhri.
Hi, good morning. Assalamualaikum, Azri.
Good morning.
First of all, thank you for having Malaysia Debt Ventures as part of the VBIAF Town Hall. Shall I start now? Right. So let's look at our experience dealing with green technology funding. So first of all, maybe I should introduce about a bit of background. Generally, we have been established by the government way back in 2002. We look at financing, basically our mandate, specifically technology-based companies, with the objective to commercialize the technology development. The areas that we focus on will be green technology, digitalization, ICT, connectivity, as well as startups. Let's look at our highlights. We have basically, in terms of green technology, we have financed about 600 million worth of GTFS loans. We have also financed solar, hydro, biomass, and biogas types of renewable energy. In terms of the size of the capacity, we have supported about 163 megawatts worth of projects, and 100% of these loans were Islamic financing. There are about 59 accounts so far, and generally gross default rates will be slightly below 14%. Next, Okay, generally this this would be the area where we perform the assessment. Generally, green technology being something which we deal with a lot of technical elements. There are certain key areas that I would like to share with the audience today. Firstly, understanding that green technology is a long-term project. So generally, we would look at the performance. Generally, we should measure the baseline versus the potential, as well as to verify. A few ways to do this would be to engage independent parties, which is in this industry, and to look at the measurements of the capacity to ensure that these are basically what an FI or BFI would be expecting, especially on the returns. Secondly, would be to review the life cycle and cost reasonableness. Generally, there's a lot of costs involved in building the renewable energy projects. So not just in terms of the construction risks, we should also look at how stable is the generally life cycle of these renewable energy projects, and to look at whether the cost would be at par with, say, other peers within the market. Thirdly is to identify the critical success factors. There are many things that could go wrong, but generally we should address these so-called risks with reasonable mitigation ways, and to see what are the areas that the promoters of the project can do to ensure that any delays or any potential issues are being communicated to financiers specifically to address those risks. Next would be to look at the competencies of the technology partners. Generally, in a renewable energy project, there are a lot of components to it, technical and as well as operational. So there are a lot of usually contractors involved. You need insurance partners as well. You need the financiers to come in. So all these elements would need to understand how this renewable energy technology would make it work for the entire technology partners. Next would be to look at the benchmark. Generally, renewable energy actually disrupting our fossil and commodity-based energy. So if we look at the market right now, there are a lot of other peers and substitutes. So generally, I think for the FIs, we would need to see how would this renewable energy be able to do better compared to what's available out there. Generally, to see whether this long-term project would benefit everyone, especially the community, the environment, banks, especially who have made significant capital investments, and largely to meet our country's agenda, which is to ensure that we have a sustainable energy portfolios, not just the fossil and commodity based, but the green technology portfolio as well. Last but not least, the assessment should also look at our industry standards, specifically to meet our regulatory requirements. This is crucial because generally around the world, we need to have a certain standards, and generally we need to make this a regulatory requirement, so that when investors look at these areas, the confidence would be good. The risks to the impact, especially the environmental and social components, would be addressed, and largely, it is as what it suggests. It is a green technology. It benefits not just our present, but it also is to benefit our future. Next is the financial risks and mitigation. Based on NDV's past experience, there are risks involved, especially when we look at the project financial elements. Among the things that generally we should be looking at would be CAPEX, OPEX, operational, as well as legal. So generally, like what my other fellow panel speakers have mentioned, generally renewable energy projects are long-term projects. I think the main concern for the FIs would be the initial phase where there's a lot of construction risks. So normally, when you assess the cash flow, which consists of the CAPEX and OPEX, we will look at the breakdown of the cost components. We will look at generally the running of the operations, and we will have to look at the performance returns in cash flow to see if there are any issues that will eventually impact those cash flow, and generally any impact, especially the legal risks, if you do not meet certain milestone, like what earlier presentation have also shared. So these are generally the risks areas. So how do we mitigate these risks? So first is to look at what are the standards that we have out there. Generally, the equipments, the construction standards, the contractors that is involved, technology partners, and look at also insurance solutions out there. There are many types of coverage that we can source, but generally look for one that is comprehensive, which also covers our financial risks. Next would be to internally perform due diligence. We should look at the equipment and technology partners that the promoters are using. The cash flow wise, you need to do a stress test and see what are the scenarios that will eventually happen. And during the construction and also post completion, close monitoring is essential to see whether there are any potential issues that we can address upfront before it's too late. Also to look at the operation and maintenance costs. Generally, there are a lot of replacement parts, the repair costs, any insurance and other items like outsourcing as well. And last but not least, generally, basically with the introduction of VBIA, VBIAF, I think FIs and BFIs can work together with the support of Bank Negara to not only provide the affordable funding solutions, but also to see how do we make this sustainable. There are other case studies from other countries that we can learn, which have done this in leaps and bounds. So I think it's best that we also look at best practices out there. Last but not least, key takeaways that I can share with the audience today. Generally, we should look at the environmental, social, governance strategies. What are the things that we have right now within our FIs and DFIs, and to look at the short term, medium term, and long term goal to identify the basically roadmap, what we need to do next and what we need to achieve for those areas to be realized. Secondly, would be to promote generally the environment and social impact credit rating. This is quite new generally, but I think it's a very interesting step whereby if we have this grading for the environmental and social impact, it would perhaps address the risks concerned by the FIs and DFIs, and also to learn best practices, like I mentioned earlier, not just within this country, but also look at other regions out there. There are many sectors which have implemented REs, and generally, there are many technology available out there that we can capitalize. And last but not least, with the introduction of the VBIAF framework, I think it's a good move by our central bank, Bank Negara, to generally provide a responsible financing basically platform to grow and build this new components to our GDP. Generally, also to provide a new investment basically asset that probably not just local investors but foreign investors can look at. So with that, I end my presentation. Back to you, Azri.
Thank you, Jazuri. We are now at the Q&A session. And actually, while I still have you on the line, Jazuri, maybe I can just ask the first question to you. The first question addressed to MDB: how can we reduce reliance on government guarantees and encourage more private funding of RE projects?
Sure, Azri. So the question again is back on how we can attract investments. Is that what the question is?
Yes. Encourage more private funding and rather on reliance on government guarantees.
Sure. Okay. We look at basically the outlook generally. Generally, we have, as announced by our government, there is a capacity that we need to build. Generally, if I can quote some of the announcement that was made, was that by 2025, we need to build about 20% of our renewable energy capacity. So what that means is that there is about 4,000 megawatts that would need to be built in this country. In terms of the monetary value, that alone is about 33 billion ringgit worth of sizable projects. So in terms of getting the investors to come in, generally we have good mix of incentives available. both by our government agencies as well as our DFIs at the moment. Generally, when we finance in MDB, I mean the key selling point here would be, we have to promote the incentives that is available right now, and generally to also look at the demand for renewable energy by not just by the general public, but also as an industry demand. Generally, when we look at fossil and commodity-based fuel, there's a lot of volatility involved, especially the currency volatility, whereby we don't produce much of these components. We generally still import most of this. So I think the stability and the sustainable returns of the renewable energy would also allow investors to come in, and the other main point would be it is a disruption to the current existing fossil and commodity-based energy mix. So if you look at the level of disruption that you can potentially do, the difference would be that renewable energy, as much as we know that it is stable, but if we do it properly, with the right intervention, with the right framework, with the right competency that we can tap into, I think the returns will be sustainable, not just in terms of financial, but in terms of doing good for the environment and the social impact. I hope that I addressed the questions earlier.
Thank you, Jezuri. So for the next question, we have a question for Datuk Khairuddin. Since we are talking about risk management, how do you address the land use risk with RE and biogas plant projects? Are there any mitigation measures undertaken to reduce this risk?
Yeah, for a biogas project, you have to have a piece of land. Most probably, the best would be to have the piece of land next directly to the palm oil mill. So for you to link up and for you to operate on that land for 21 years, you have to sign some sort of a lease agreement with the mill owner. So for example, in our case, we sign with Felda or TDM. So you sign a lease agreement with them for 21 years, and even before you start operating and constructing the biogas plant, there are several approvals that you need before construction. For example, in certain areas, you need the Majlis Daerah approval. We also need the DOE approvals to build a biogas plant, because biogas plant is an IPP. Then at the same time, you also need the approval from DOSH. That is examples of approvals that you need before you build a biogas plant. For the mill owner, one way for them to reduce the risk of the land is being used in a correct way is for the mill owner to do an agreement with you, a BOT agreement or a lease agreement, because the mill owner also, they have to comply with certain parameters to discharge their waste. So they cannot let you just operate on their land as you wish. So there are parameters that the mill owner have to comply with DOE and DOSH. So they will sign a back-to-back agreement that the compliance is also entrusted on you for you to comply. So those are the ways of them mitigating the risk. In terms of the land use, also we have other authorities like SEDA Malaysia, and also the financiers. They also come to see from time to time, and they do audits to check whether the land, whether the biogas project is in line with what we are supposed to do and operate in accordance with the right avenue and the right operations.
Thank you, Dato'. For the next question, I'll just get from Mr. Roger. With respect to mitigation strategy, how do we measure whether it is deemed as satisfactory, effective, etc.? This is a question from the audience.
So I think the other presenters today have emphasized on a number of occasions on the standards being applied and the need for global standards to be developed for each of these sectors. So I think as of today, in terms of environmental social risks, there are global standards being set in terms of how you would establish a project and operate that project and decommission that project in terms of land acquisition to assessing biodiversity to dealing with communities and community consultation as well as emissions, and that's already written into the national law as well. So the standards are there, and I believe it's for financial institutions individually or collectively to determine which their risk appetite and the application of these ENS standards. And as such, once you've established that, then you can start to benchmark companies and clients against these standards, as I was discussing, client risk assessments to a transaction risk assessment, which is applicable to a project or an asset. And so by doing so, you can, as I said, it's a benchmarking process. And as you go along, and as this industry evolves, and as the legislation, environmental legislation evolves in Malaysia, these standards that you've set would become more stringent in the future. So, as we've discussed, water pollution, water effluent standards will tighten, air pollution standards will tighten, and so as such, the bank's standards will become more stringent. But it's a start. You need to start somewhere, and that benchmarking process is there. I do agree that a global standard is required, and the IFC have set standards which in a number of cases is lesser than Malaysian standards. So it's about how you approach this and setting internal standards, whether you do that individually or collectively across the banks.
Thank you, Mr. Roger. We have another question here for Datuk Khairuddin. The question is, how does the current e-bidding FIT implemented by SEDA affect your company, Concord, on the investment return and project planning?
That's a good question, Nazrin. Currently, under the new SEDA policy and framework, I think the policy is very clear, whereby SEDA has advised the RE players, for example in biogas, that they will issue, for example, quota maybe every 6 months. So they have a policy whereby with this policy, we can strategize and aim to get the biogas quota. In terms of biogas quota, as compared to last time, the reason why I understand the quota comes out is because they want competitive players, and they want real players which are going to do biogas from start to the end. It's not a matter of getting the quota and don't complete the projects. So as we go along, we have to remember that FIT may not be here forever, because the FIT scheme is basically to help the RE players for the next few years, for them to incentivize from waste to wealth. But at the same time, they also want to take out all these non-serious players. And with that, RE players, especially even in biogas, efficiency comes in, and efficiency is very important. So let's say for Concord ourselves, we are not so impacted by this, because we are quite fortunate. We already have 4 running plants whereby we are getting revenue now. So there is economies of scale that has come in for us. So our cost as compared to other maybe new players out there, our cost is pretty low because we are sharing costs amongst all our projects. So when the revenue comes in, then it just adds up the profits there. And also you can also strategize when you are doing under a tender, then it reflect on the seriousness of whether you want to do the project from start to the end. So you, in terms of procurement, in terms of your strategy in evaluating the biogas plant that you are going to do, all that plays a very important part. Meaning, in other words, what SEDA intends to do is that they want to remunerate the serious players. So for example, for Concord Group, what do? Nowadays we only evaluate bigger biogas projects. Unlike last time, we always aim for a plant which is with capacity of 1 megawatt, 1.5 megawatt. But now, if possible, we want to go for plants which we can produce 2 megawatts. At least the economies of scale comes in, and also we can be more competitive in tenders. That's my answer.
Thank you, Dato. We have another question for Encik Zuhri. From the perspective of a finance provider, are there extensive operational costs related to overseeing these projects? Do you require experts for this purpose?
Thank you, Azri. I think that's a good question. Short answer, yes. But in a more detailed way would be, like I presented earlier, we have to do due diligence. Generally, we have to identify what would be the cost element in a particular renewable energy project. Yes, we need experts to look into those very technical areas, but not so much into what it can do and what it is presumably able to achieve. But generally, whether those design so-called project would be able to meet its objectives generally, because there will be a lot of financial consideration. So we would need to look whether those cost factors are basically realistic in whatever assumption that the promoters would have. Yeah. So my advice would be to not just look at the assumption, but also get an independent opinion basically on those assumptions.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
So for Mr. Roger, we have a question. From the perspective of a financial institution, what would be the time frame to set up the necessary policies and procedures to the actual implementation of this ESG assessment?
I think it's every financial institution is different. I mean, if you look towards the international commercial banks, and they have established policies and frameworks for the past 10 years, and so we would consider this much more mature. Where we see more banks, commercial banks in emerging markets are just starting on this journey. They don't need to be where the international banks are. It's about taking your first run, walking before you can run. And I think relying on local legislation, which in regards to Malaysia is in my view quite strong, and it is evolving. But it does, there are gaps in terms of other environmental social risks. So it's about, in terms of time frame, it's to establish a policy, and then over time you look at how that policy is being implemented and what are the constraints or challenges to implementing that policy across your portfolio. Do your clients need more time to align to these policies? What are the challenges they're facing? And as such, you adjust your risk appetite to that, and and you can set the bar higher or you set the bar lower. But regardless of where that bar is set, you still have regulation in that country, and it's about just starting that journey. And I think that the guidance document here provides you the necessary foundation to start designing that policy. So, yeah, in a nutshell, I would say it's not a race. It's a journey, and I think that both Data and Zuru have explicitly sort of stated like that where is the industry benchmark today? How good can it be? And so once a company can be that good, then really in our view, it's all companies should aspire to that standard. And there you go, you have an industry benchmark right there that you can now benchmark other clients against. So it's a journey, like I said, and I guess there is no timeline, but I think it's just about starting and testing that policy.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Roger. We have another question here for Dato' Khairuddin. The question is, for GTFS 2.0, it will expire in December 2020. Do you foresee any potential extension?
GTFS is very important factor in the industry, because without the GTFS, it's very difficult for RE players, especially when you are new entrants into industry, for you to get the financing required. Because GTFS, once you go to GTFS, you will get the interest rebate, you get the green certification, then you get a guarantee under CGC. All those are very important factor for you to bring and show to the banks that you are going to ask for financing facility. Without this, I think would be an uphill task for a developer, for a RE player to get a loan, because this is infrastructure project. I give you one example. For example, for a 2 megawatt project, it can cost you, the capex can cost you up to 20 million ringgit. So if you do, even if you do 3 projects, will cost you about 60 million. So for you to go to a bank, especially when you are a new player in the industry, for you to get a loan for that much, and you have to put in money, your own money, for about 20% or 30%, then it's an uphill task. And I don't blame the financial institutions, because they have their risks that they have to take care of. So without this risk being taken care of, for example, under the government, GTFS and CGC, would be very difficult. So I believe that the GTFS will still continue under the MGTC, and I hope and I encourage that it has to be continued in order to encourage more investors, especially the new ones, into this industry. For Concord itself, we are also GTFS recipient, but because we have, to some extent, we have achieved a suitable economies of scale, so it gives us the advantage and the track record. We have a track record with our bankers, so it gives us the advantage. But for new players, they need all this certification to help them when they seek financing from financial institutions.
Thank you, Dato'. I will take final 2 questions. The second last question is actually addressed to Encik Zuhri. What about biomass projects? This is in relation to your presentation. For biomass projects, one of the factors for consideration is a benchmark, which they lack. What are your thoughts on this?
Sure. Looking back at past projects, well, yes, essentially when we started looking at biomass projects, there were a lot of variables which we were unable to do a reasonable benchmark back then. But I think now, the advantage that the FIs and the FIs can take advantage is that they are already working biomass projects out there. Some of the variables probably more suited to current environment, especially the commodity supplies, feedstock and others. But generally, if there are any concerns, say on benchmarking of a particular biomass project now, I think that is not a major hurdle for now, because there are a few projects that we can look at in the market right now.
Okay,
Sure.
thank you. So the final question is actually addressed to Mr. Roger. Since you look at regional sustainability for your institutions, how do you see the development of the insurance or takaful sector to support underwriting risks for RE financing?
It is moving forward. Recently, I was engaged by the MAS in Singapore to work within their working group on their similar environmental social guidelines. And as part of the work streams, we had the commercial banks working in one, the financial institutions in one stream, and then insurance was in another work stream. So it is being recognized very much from a climate risk perspective, and TCFD, which is encompassed everybody. And I think that this, as we move along, it's I think, especially within the framework of TCFD, we will see the involvement of insurance coming in there much more stronger, given that they're much bigger players in that space, as well as financial industries. We both hold a risk there in one way or another. From insurance on environmental social risk, not so much, but this space will evolve. It always starts as the underpinning environmental social responsible financing, and then I think it's going to move into more sustainable financing. And with that, one of the key risks is going to be the insurance sector. So watch this space.
Thank you, Mr. Roger. I'm afraid this is all the time we have for question and answer. I see a lot of questions coming in, and I hope somehow or another we will be able to connect the questions, the participants with the presenters, and I'm sure that the questions can be taken and answered separately after the event. Yeah. So with that, this is the end of the first session. Thank you to all the presenters for your time and for the insights provided, as well as to all participants. We will adjourn the session and go for a break until 11:15 a.m. and we will resume Sector 2 on energy efficiency then. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Azrin.
Thank you.
As a duty, kita akan share the slides for you. You boleh control the slides back and forth.
Okay, I prefer.
And then, but just to tell you, when we share the slides on your behalf, control to go front and back of the slides will be on the left side of the screen. Nanti belah kiri akan nampak macam ada numbers up and down, 01, 02, itu cara untuk pergi ke next slide. We will try, we will do it later. It's okay. Kalau tak dapat, nanti kita akan check, we will go forward for you. Okay. Thank you. Hearing you and seeing you clearly. Thank you.
Kak Jah merupakan seorang peniaga kuih kecil-kecilan. Kak Jah berhajat untuk melabur sebahagian keuntungan perniagaannya untuk simpanan hari tua serta dapat membantu menyara pendidikan anak-anaknya. Untuk mengumpul dana, Kak Jah sedang mencari platform pelaburan yang bersesuaian dengan kemampuan serta mudah difahami. Rush pula bekerja sebagai pemandu servis pengantaran makanan. Disebabkan sifat pekerjaan beliau yang berisiko tinggi, Rush mahu mencari perlindungan insurans yang mampu melindungi beliau serta keluarga sekiranya berlaku kemalangan yang tidak diduga. Ahsan pula merupakan pengusaha bengkel motosikal. dia sedang mencari pembiayaan mikro untuk membesarkan bengkel motosikal yang dimilikinya selepas permohonannya ditolak oleh beberapa institusi kewangan. Bagaimanapun, mereka tiada akses dan kurang berpengetahuan untuk mendapatkan perkhidmatan yang mereka perlukan. Macam mana kita hendak menolong mereka? Memperkenalkan iBerkat. iBerkat merupakan inisiatif Malaysia Digital Economy Corporation MDEC untuk membantu rakyat khususnya komuniti B40 dan perusahaan kecil dan sederhana mikro mendapatkan ilmu pengetahuan dan akses kepada perkhidmatan kewangan digital. Menerusi kerjasama dengan syarikat-syarikat teknologi kewangan fintech, rakyat dapat menikmati pembiayaan kewangan mikro, melakukan pelaburan dengan mudah serta pelindungan insurans dengan harga yang berpatutan. Permohonan boleh dibuat secara online dan dapat diakses pada bila-bila masa di mana-mana saja anda berada. Yang penting, perkhidmatan ini dijamin telus, selamat serta diiktiraf oleh kerajaan. Wah, pakai telefon bimbit je? Ish, mudah betul. Dengan modal pelaburan yang kecil, wang simpanan Kak Jah bertambah dan anak-anaknya pula dapat jaminan untuk melanjutkan pengajian kelak. Lepas ni, Raj tak perlu risau lagi dengan adanya pelindungan insurans mikro. Murah pula tu. Amboi, Aseng tersenyum lebar selepas bengkel motosikalnya dibesarkan. Untunglah ada pembiayaan mikro yang senang lulus. Layari mdec.my/iberkat untuk mengetahui lebih lanjut mengenai iberkat. Boleh online aja, semuanya di ujung jari.
Assalamualaikum and a good morning to all participants. Thank you for participating in this VBIAF Sectoral Guide. We are now at session 2, focusing on the energy efficiency sector. Just as a reminder for those who are just joining us now, if you have any questions for the panelists, the link is in the chat box for the Slido, and you can key in code 50403 to ask the questions. Now, apart from increasing the use of renewable energy, another area to support Malaysia's transition to a low-carbon economy is emphasizing or increasing consciousness of EE among consumers, be it for the buildings that they live or work in, the vehicles that they drive, or the appliances that they consume. There are various government policies and initiatives in place to support EE, hence presenting financial institutions with opportunities to fund and support the sector. The project manager for the EE sub-working group is Encik Norlimalis Jazwir bin Kamarudin, Head Corporate Planning and Analytics of Bank Muamalat Malaysia Berhad. The EE Guide was developed in collaboration with Bank Negara Malaysia, technical experts from the Energy Commission, Green Tech Malaysia, WWF Singapore and Malaysia, the World Bank Group, as well as COP members from Bank Muamalat, CIMB, Public Islamic, and RHB Islamic. Encik Jazz is here with us today at the Orbit. Thank you for joining us here, Encik Jazz.
Thanks for having me.
And I will be passing the floor to you now to brief us on the EE Sectoral Guide.
All right, Assalamualaikum and good morning. I think first of all, I would like to extend my appreciation to the team from Bank Negara Malaysia, RHB Islamic, CIMB Islamic, Public Islamic, and also the technical experts from the Energy Commission, Green Tech, WWF Singapore, and also the World Bank Singapore, and of course my team from Bank Muamalat, Ponidora, Rohaiza, and also Camellia. In summary, this document covers definition and scope of energy efficiency, or in short, EE, the 4 clusters of EE, and the project life cycles, commercial proposition that can be derived from EE activities, and also impact-based risk management. So the document starts by looking at the journey of energy efficiency itself in Malaysia, which has commenced since 1996 through the 7th Malaysia Plan. But at the earlier stage, it was focusing a lot more on the demand side management, but throughout the years, it has further developed and numerous initiatives has been developed and policies has been established. And some of the key initiatives are National Automotive Policy 2014-19, National Electric Mobility Blueprint 2015 to 2030, the 11th Malaysia Plan that runs from 2016 to 2020, and also the National Green Technology Master Plan that runs from 2017 to 2030. Next presenters, I guess, AR Zulkifli and Dr. Murad can share more insights on what we may have in the future and moving forward. So what is EE? In simple terms, it is actually using less energy to perform same tasks. Or you are using the same amount of energy to perform, to achieve higher level of output. To make it sound a bit more complex, based on definition by the European Parliamentary Research Service, EE is defined as the ratio output of performance, service, goods, or energy to an input of energy. But of course, I prefer the first one. Among the first discussion that we had among the team members was that why is RE not part of EE, or the other way around? Well, RE itself is a sector, whereas EE cut across multiple sectors. And EE can be done either from RE or even non-RE. The importance of RE, I guess most of us is well aware of the importance of EE. Well, it is regarded as key activities in reducing GHG emissions and tackling climate change. And also in Paris Agreement, Malaysia is committed to reduce its GHG emissions intensity to gross domestic product by 45% by 2030. But however, the level of energy intensity in Malaysia now, based on business as usual, is on the rise, and it is a concern Hence why we are here to play a role to help driving the EE agenda whilst helping the world combating climate change. In this document, EE activities are broadly categorized into 4 clusters. We look at the first one, buildings, that covers residential and commercial, be it the new or refurbished buildings. Second cluster is industrial facilities. And again, it looks at both new and refurbished facilities. The third cluster is transportation of both private and commercial vehicles. And the last cluster is domestic consumer appliances, such as refrigerators. These are all ready to use standalone appliances, refrigerators, aircons, or even heaters, to name some examples. So activities within each cluster are then categorized according to their different life cycles. The ultimate intention is to cover the entire life cycle, starting from design and planning, installation and construction, and manufacturing, operations or end users, and also ancillary service providers. But for this first edition, it only covers on owners and tenants of each product of respective clusters. The remaining, for example, manufacturers of EE appliances, construction companies of green buildings will be covered in the next cohorts. So how can FI or business owners tap or even explore opportunities within the context of EE? If you look now, numerous government initiatives has been introduced. And for example, if you look at under the government buildings, there's a dedicated fund allocated to finance projects that promotes EE in the government buildings. On top of that, they've got credit guarantee fund and also subsidized on financing rates. Similarly to transportation, under the National Electric Mobility Blueprint, the government is targeting to have 100,000 electric cars by 2020. Not just that, we are also looking at 100,000 electric motorcycles and also 2,000 electric buses to be on the road by 2020. The same goes for industrial facilities and domestic consumer appliances, with initiatives that has been introduced by the government as well. Next, I guess most banks are familiar with GTFS 2.0. It talks about offering rebate of 2% on interest or profit rate charged by financial institutions, 60% of government guarantee on financing provided by FIs, funds is up to 2 billion. We have listed in the document, we have listed some examples of EE financing and investment initiatives, including products and services across the globe that I believe can be replicated locally. And for example, if you look at HSBC UK, they've introduced financing facility to developer of green and retrofit buildings. Dutch Banking Association offers green mortgage with 1% reduction on interest. CMHC offers 25% premium refund on its mortgage loan insurance premium to purchase EE homes for renovations. And I guess we are also familiar with solar financing for solar panels that we have already seen locally. And all of this calls for innovation of solutions from both business owners and also financial institutions. With all these opportunities, how can we FIs play our role? This document suggests for FIs to have a clear commitment to support EE activities, maybe by the way of allocating certain amount of funds for EE projects, or perhaps offering advisory services to identify and take cost-effective EE projects, potentially by way of collaborating with technical experts, incentivizing counterparties through innovative financial products and services, and also having targets that are measurable and can be monitored effectively. Whilst embracing EE, I think we also believe that it is important for FIs to safeguard our commitment to EE by going through and implementing the impact-based risk management approach proposed in the document, And this is how the overall proposed risk framework looks like, and you can see this across the entire three documents. It looks at risk identification, risk measurement, risk management and mitigation, and also risk reporting and monitoring. Under risk identification, it is about identifying the positive and negative impacts related to EE activities itself. This document has identified 5 risk categories that are related to EE activities, and the first is performance risk. If a certain project fails to meet the intended energy targets, it may impact repayment ability if financing rates, especially if financing rates are linked to performance. The second risk category is energy risk. Looking at the volatility in energy prices that could negatively impact energy cost savings. Poor execution of projects which may lead to additional costs. This is covered under construction risk. Next is operations and maintenance, as improper operations and maintenance risk may negatively impact long-term EE performance. And the last is measurement and verification risk. So from these 5 categories, it can then be expanded further to develop a customer onboarding checklist. This document also recommends the following checklist for each risk category. For example, under the performance risk, you may have energy management system, accredited EE design for premise including project implementation, and under energy risk, you may have a further breakdown of possibly looking at energy consumption measures like electricity bills. Construction risk, you may consider to have project implementation plan or even certification of installation by qualified contractors. Under O&M risk, the availability of internal expertise and scheduled maintenance arrangement to be part of the onboarding checklist. And under NMV risk, FIs may consider to have counterparties to have credible NMV standard or even a periodic MAV report. And in order for FIs to ensure that we are not involved with activities that are against our FI commitments to support EE projects, FIs are also encouraged to have exclusion list. FI should consider looking at strategic direction by relevant authorities, availability of EE technology or alternative to energy equipment and product, mitigation plan including adoption of renewable energy sources, and also committed transition plan towards improved EE solution practices. At the same time, FIs are also advised to avoid counterparties that are not registered with EC. Under risk management, the document recommended FIs to develop impact matrix indicators so that by end of the day, we are able to assign appropriate risk score, whether it is low, medium, or high risk. There are 4 tools proposed, and the first is key impact measures using energy efficiency indicator, and one of the sources for this is ratings by certain relevant body. And for example, if you look at BEI government building design, you may, for 1 star, you may just rate it as high, 2 to 3 star as medium, 4 to 5 star as low. And under private vehicles with EV certification, if it's no, then it's going to be high. Yes, it's low. The second tool suggested is by looking at certification by established organization or institutions. For counterparties that may have established certification, can be assigned or may be assigned as medium or low risk score. And for example, with regards to EE, you may refer to MyCREST, Penarafan Hijau, JKR, Energy Stars, and even EEV. The third, for the purpose of computing impact on climate change, FIs is suggested to look at GHG calculator, and but this may not be practical for retail customer. Rather, FI should consider to look at this on a portfolio approach. The last is to look at TCFD, where the main focus is on the impacts of climate-related risks and opportunities. The box below are some of the examples that relates to EE activities. Under risk management and mitigation, and the document suggests FIs to look at 4 approach. FIs to have clear, comprehensive terms and conditions in the contractual agreement with our counterparties. FIs need to also ensure that counterparties have appropriate, adequate protection, for example, takaful protection. And number 3, to look at, to have clear and established procedures by way of identifying time-bound rectification plan in the event of impact-based non-compliance breach. And the last is also to look at nurturing programs for consumers, for customers and community. The last slide, this is under risk reporting and monitoring. Basically, there are 2 types of report expected to be established for FIs to adequately monitor or assess the involvement of activities from our counterparties. The first is impact-based report from FIs to internal and external stakeholders via multiple channels and frequency. The second is stakeholder report, feedback report, where we are able to identify whether our involvement has been able to create values to the economy, community, and even to the environment. That again aligns back to the main pillars of value-based intermediation. With that, I end my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Encik Jaz. I believe the guide is introducing quite, or I would say largely unfamiliar risk assessment criteria to the industry.
Thank you.
Which brings us to our next presenter, A.R. Zulkifli bin Zahari, President of the Malaysian Association of Energy Services Companies, MISCO. He will be sharing with us the perspective from energy service companies and their role to manage the risks highlighted earlier. A.R. Zulkifli.
Waalaikumsalam.
Assalamualaikum.
Okay.
How are
Alhamdulillah,
you,
thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
And yours, our pleasure. We will be sharing your slides in a bit. Okay. Yes. Okay. You are speaking from your office in Tanajaya. Am I right? Okay. Hold on. The slides are coming up.
Can I control it from my end? Oh.
We will give you the controls, as you please. Yeah. Thank you so much for your time and joining us. I understand you had to reschedule some meetings
It's okay.
to join us today. Thank you so much. Okay, so the slides are now up, as you can see, and the control will be on the left side. There will be some numbers. Can you see?
Left side. No, I don't. Anyway, I'll just.
On the left side, yeah.
Ada.
Okay.
Oh, on the left side, huh? Okay. You see?
Yeah, on the left side, you will see some buttons.
All right.
Yes, that's great. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum to all. I'm given this topic to discuss today, the role of energy service companies, which is ESCOs, in developing financially viable energy efficiency projects. So financially viable means we have a document that the bank can accept as something that they can finance, hopefully. Yeah. And these are the main questions that was posed to me, which I wish to cover during my presentation. Who are ESCOs and what's their roles in projects? How does ESCOs facilitate effective design and planning, measurement and verification, and how ESCOs can manage risk? Okay, so let's just have an overview of what energy efficiency is all about. I think the previous presenter has already given a very simple presentation, but energy efficiency is also regarded as the first fuel by the energy agency, International Energy Agency, because once you save energy, you actually make the energy available for others to use. Yeah, and when you talk about energy efficiency projects, you can talk about designing it from inception, or where ESCOs are concerned is more on to do retrofits, and it's normally targeted on commercial, industrial buildings and operations for now. So when you talk about building designs, you have the passive side, and of course you have the active side. When you talk about industry, you have things like cogeneration, you have thermal boilers, you have also furnaces, and of course in energy efficiency in vehicles, you have fuels and hybrids to look at. Sorry, getting used to the controls. So in buildings, we all know the main consumption is through air conditioning. Of course, there's also lighting, you have lifts, you have escalators, and these things all need to be controlled. You have new buildings, you have old buildings, and normally it's the old buildings that we are trying to actually focus on. And where industries is concerned, there's two parts. Even factories, they have buildings too, and the buildings will have their own cooling system, their own utility system. Sometimes they need boilers, sometimes they need compressors. And of course, on the production side, they have many machines that does the processing of the products that they are producing. Things like molding machines, painting, cleaning machines, and so on. So it's important for us to know that there's two distinct areas of business down here. One is building and the other is industry. And what is the commercial benefits of us doing energy saving measures in all these facilities? Of course, when you increase your productivity, you reduce your costs. And then with that, you improve your profits. Of course, your shareholders will be more happy. And when you achieve improved rates of returns on your investment, and through energy efficiency, you can minimize controllable costs. You minimize the energy waste, equipment wear and tear. And of course, where TNB is concerned, they have such thing as peak loads, where the tariff change over a period of a day. So you help to manage the profile of the peak loads if you manage the energy properly. And you achieve process efficiency improvements, and you demonstrate responsiveness in your industry to address environmental issues. And of course, that being the case, you may become an employer of choice. So if I were to give a definition of ESCOs, it would be a one-stop solution provider that brings together capital and technology to develop and implement turnkey solutions that enable companies to reduce energy consumption and operating costs while meeting sustainable goals. And in doing so, the main benefit is actually there's no upfront costs of investment to the host. They don't have to come up with any money. It's an enduring operational cost saving, because once you've installed it, the cost saving is for a long-term period. You of course upgrade your equipment to the latest. You also, if there's regulations, of which we are going to have regulations too, under the forthcoming ENC Act, we'll be able to comply with the regulations and carbon emission reductions and compliance of building rating requirements. We also address social responsibility agenda, and we are able to actually perform the high standard of equipment and technology that exists today, with all the warranties and guarantees and performance that will be provided by the suppliers. And we also, most important, savings are the ones that is covering the investment costs. Meaning to say, from the measures that we make, there will be cost savings, and this will be used to offset against the cost that we have been spending in order to implement the project. And of course, the risk is transferred to the ESCOs, because the investment is through the ESCOs. The next one is the service payments only starts when the equipment is fully installed and commissioned. So as a result, the hosts do not have to take the risk of procurement, but it is the ESCOs that are taking the risk. And depending on the contracts, is a flexible service payments. It's up to the two parties to discuss whether you want progressive payments, whether you want shared saving, or even a buyout clause if the host is very confident that the system that is implemented works. And the host does not have to worry about any form of guarantees or even from the directors and so on, because the credit risk is all part of the project offer by the ESCOs. So the role of an ESCO is actually, this is the model that I think we need to actually understand, is what is termed as the energy performance contracting. So I will explain energy performance contracting in a bit more detail later on. And what an ESCO will have to do is also an investment grade audit. This is the documents that the banks will want to see, where it shows all the necessary viability of the projects, internal rate of returns, what are the measures being done, and it will cover energy management, mechanical, electrical and thermal, and also control systems. And ESCO is also will be able to identify EE projects. He will go into facilities and look what are the areas that the facility has potential savings, whether it's commercial building or industry. And of course, we will come up with a design solution, looking into suitable technology that can provide the solution required, and procure the required equipment and manage the project and implement the energy savings that he has designed. And after the system has been implemented, it also offers services towards operation and maintenance, energy management support, and in-house training. So in general, a typical ESCO service is to do investment grade audits. And the other important thing is baseline, because baseline is the one that gives you the reference of what the business as usual usage of the facility is. So if you can measure, you can manage, and you can see how much you can achieve in terms of the viability of the project through establishing of the baseline. And you have to do this design in consultation with the customer, because no one knows the building or the facilities better than the customer in terms of its current utilization. And after that, the ESCO is able to undertake a turnkey project to do the installation and commissioning. And training and briefing of personnel will follow after that, because of course with new equipment, you need to be familiar with how to operate it. And you have also to do measurement and verification to determine the actual savings, because we want to know that what is designed and what is predicted in terms of the savings is achieved. And this is one of the areas of risk that the banks would also want to make sure that they understand and mitigate before providing such financing. And of course, the ESCOs will provide savings and equipment guarantees. So in short, an ESCO provides a total package of contracting to a host, unlike normal contracting, which does not normally fund projects. So who are the people that needs to understand what makes the ecosystem of an energy efficiency projects? It's very important for the CEOs and MDs of organizations to understand this, because energy efficiency is actually a top-down project. If the top people doesn't understand how this business is going to benefit them, then probably it will not be in their criteria. So it might be appreciated by the technical people, but it may MDs probably put it as a lesser criteria because they have many other ways of looking into cost cutting. Of course, the others that needs to understand this, of course, building owners, managers, plant, process engineers, financial controllers, procurement office. Of course, you guys out there, financial institutions, insurance, leasing companies, government agencies, relevant regulators, professionals such as engineers, building specialists, architects, and not last but not least, lawyers. There's two forms of energy performance contracting. One is guaranteed savings, of which the loan goes into the balance sheets of the clients, meaning to say the client is very happy with the proposal after the investment grade audit, and he decides that he pays for the project. However, the ESCOs will just undertake the guarantee if the shortfall of the savings are not achieved. On the other hand, on shared savings, then both parties agree on a certain saving between the two parties, say 80 or 20% of the savings. But in this case, the ESCOs are the ones that does the financing, and therefore the ESCOs, the loan goes into the ESCOs balance sheet. So both are these performance guarantee. So this diagram shows, if you see this first blue square here, is a demonstration that this is the energy utilization before the energy project is being taken up by the ESCO. After a detailed audit has been performed, then you see this green line here, meaning to say the energy has been reduced by this portion, and the remaining portion which has been saved can be shared between the owner as well as the ESCO, depending on the agreement between the two parties. And finally, after the contract has ended, of course, you, the host, will enjoy the full benefit of the savings. And this can be a period between 5 to 10 years, depending on the potential saving that's being done, and totally zero upfront cost by the owner. So in general, the fundamental funding principle of EPC is if the cost of energy saving measures installed under EPC contract is to be paid from saving, the accumulated saving over the life of the contract need to be equal or greater than the total cost of project, including financial costs. So what depends on the effectiveness of EPC is it depends that the facilities is in one location and not scattered in different locations. Of course, the tariff structure of the facilities, the total area of the facilities, the annual bill, energy bill, all fuels, and the age of the facilities, as well as the years since the last significant upgrade that the facilities has gone through. Some, very quickly, some case examples in Malaysia. In this particular case, the energy bill was $500,000 more or less per month, and with an EPC contract, the project managed to achieve 74,000 per month on the client side, despite the guaranteed saving being only 5,000 ringgit. This one shows 98,000 ringgit as compared to 14,000 guaranteed against usual annual monthly bill of 1 million. Another case study shows that the saving has achieved 1.5 million in a private commercial complex, and a warehouse has shown that it has saved 900,000 per year in terms of just lighting alone. And the MIAP experience, just to inform that in 2000 to 2007, there was a project to do industrial energy efficiency. And we can see through this experience, even though the tariff was much lower then, that despite 11 million investment, the return was only 1.6. And in this case, yes.
Assalamualaikum, Mek Zulkifli.
Yes.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you.
All right.
Well, you have about 1
All
minute
right.
left to wrap your presentation.
All right. Thank you. I will not go through this, but it shows that in doing the industrial energy efficiency projects, the average return of investment on our industries is less than 2 years to derive the return of investment. The last that I need to present is just the available monitoring and verification protocols that are available for now. The main one that is being referred to is the IPMVP, which came from US. These are not very popular ones, but they are available. And the ISO 15000 came in 2014. Is the main standard that is being used right now. It doesn't focus on calculations, but procedures. And Mexico too has got its own accredited training scheme right now. It is approved by ST, so we welcome anybody who wants to join for our sessions. To be fair, there's also the similar course that is done by Green Tech. Yeah. So that's my presentation. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Zulkifli, for your presentation. So, as defined in the guide, EE activities can be categorized into several clusters, one of which is buildings. I would like to invite Engineer Dr. Abdul Murad bin Zainal Abidin, Jurutera Mekanikal Penguasa Kanan, Pusat Kecemerlangan, Kejuruteraan dan Teknologi JKR, to provide his practical insights with regards to the measurement and verification of energy savings in buildings.
Waalaikumsalam. Can you hear me?
Assalamualaikum, Dr. Murad. Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Can you see the slide? Hello?
You're all set. Yes, we can hear, and we can see the slides.
So, all right. Okay, I'll proceed then. Okay. Assalamualaikum and good morning. Thank you to the moderator, Puan Azrin Shahidah. And also thank you to the IBFIM as organizer and Bank Negara Malaysia as co-organizer for inviting me to give a short talk on the topic. I believe my presentation will be very short because everything that I'm going to say has actually been mentioned by Encik Norali Malis and also Architect Zulkifli. However, I'll proceed then. What I'll be talking about is in this presentation, I'll be briefly talking about the background on the energy management system and also on how to start the journey towards managing the energy effectively for organizations and also for companies. And also I'll be talking a bit about on what makes it a success and also the challenges in implementing the energy saving measures. And also on how to make sure the energy savings are from the measures implemented, which is with regards to the measurement and verification. And lastly, I'll be talking a little bit on the funding approach, which I believe has already been talked about previously. The government has already come up with a master plan, in part to tackle the national government footprint, whereby this master plan starts from 2017 until 2030. And as we can see, buildings is one of the main contributor in energy consumption in Malaysia. So this is one of the areas that the government of Malaysia is tackling. As you can see in the slides, the green buildings is one of the major area in the master plan, where the government buildings and also the private buildings are targeted to be reduced in terms of the government of the carbon footprint. As you can see, in 2014, the government building has an emission reduction of 10.9 kiloton equivalent CO2, and also the private buildings of 60.4 kiloton of CO2 in 2013. So by the end of 2020, which is this year, it was targeted for the government building to be reducing in CO2 around 98.2 kiloton of equivalent CO2. And also the private buildings around 858.4 kiloton equivalent CO2. So you see the big difference between the government and the private buildings. Following up to that, the government has also developed a national energy efficiency action plan. It's a 10-year plan, whereby one of the initiatives that is relevant to what I'm presenting here is the conducting energy audit, and also the developing and also implementing energy management in buildings and industries, as well as energy efficient building design. And if you can see on the right-hand side of the slide, this is the projected energy savings by 2025, around 8% of the total energy consumption of the 2016 baseline. So those are the projected energy savings, which I have yet to have the latest data. So that is the background that I'm going to give. So how are the organizations and companies want to start managing energy in their own buildings? One of the first thing that they can do is to conduct energy audits. This can be done internally if the company or the organization has enough resources and also enough expertise. Else, it can be done by appointing the experts or the ESCOs, as mentioned earlier by Architect Zulkifli. These companies have the expertise and also the technology to conduct the energy audits. There are few activities that consist of the energy audit. One of them is the site survey, where we need to have the drawings, and also we need to identify the energy supply to the buildings and also the services. For example, the air conditioning system, the lighting system, and also the elevators, for example. As you can see from the pictures on the right hand side of the slide, these are the areas and also the significant energy users that the energy audit needs to capture and also evaluate. In the reporting of the energy audit, they need to have a survey appraisal, whereby after you have identified the opportunities for energy measurement, for energy savings, there will be some proposals on the energy saving measures that will come with the cost and also the potential energy and the cost savings, and also you need to have the payback period. In terms of that is for another context of the return of investment of the proposed energy saving measures. And also we need to identify the risk and also the lifetime and measures implemented. So that is for the survey appraisal. And lastly, you need to have in the reporting is the investment appraisal, which consists of the equipment costs and the installation costs and maintenance. If there is a cost incurred in retrofitting, for example, like the replacement of the air conditioning system, the total retrofit of the lighting system. So those are the items, the parameters that need to be included in the investment appraisal. After that, the organization and also company can set the energy target in order to achieve in terms of setting a baseline. from which the energy saving measures need to be implemented in order to achieve the energy savings that is measured against the baseline that has been set based on the findings from the energy audit. So what are the things, the factors that make the energy management successful in an organization or company? First of all, there is this top management support. You cannot you cannot proceed to have a successful energy management without if only the medium level or the bottom level of the organization is really keen on it. So you need to have the support from the top management or the buy-in from the top management. Another one is the energy manager's role in monitoring and also championing the cost of energy management itself. But then you have to remember, it's not the energy manager alone cannot make the energy management system successful if there is no support for the whole tier of the organization. Another one is you need to have a structured and clear energy management plan that can be adhered to and also we need to have constant communication between the occupants of the buildings and also the sense of awareness that comes in adhering to the energy management plan. And then you need to have a close tracking and monitoring based on the monitoring of the energy saving measures that has been set inside the management plan. That means you need to have a due diligence. And after that, you need to have a continuous improvement in order to achieve a better target, better energy saving target. And lastly, it's not deniable. It cannot be denied. Sorry, it cannot be denied that you need some sort of technology to assist you in executing a successful energy management plan. For example, you need a separate metering, if available, in order to measure the parameters that have been identified in order to manage the energy consumption effectively. Another thing that needs to be considered is the challenges, because all energy management plans, you can ask everybody who is involved, there will be challenges and it's not no smooth sailing. Firstly, because there is a difficulty in getting the buy-in from management. Another one is actually the most important critical challenge is the human behavior. If you just imagine your utility bills at home. If you really care about saving energy in your home, then likewise you should be able to care about what you are using in terms of energy in your office. The difference is you cannot see the money from your pocket going into paying the bills in the office, in contrast to what you're paying for your domestic bills. And then another one is the available funding. Not all of the companies is rich enough or resourceful enough to have to do some investment on the retrofit, for example. If the energy audit calls for the total replacement of the significant energy system, for example. And lastly is the competency among the staff, the building occupant, whereby this might seem to be a complex task for them, even though actually it's more than just management. This is one of the most important aspects in ensuring the energy management is effectively executed is the measurement and verification. The reason why it is important is to determine the expected energy savings happen are actually from the measures implemented. But how about doing it? Simply by developing a measurement and verification plan. And inside the plan, you need to specify the methods to monitor and measure energy consumption and methods to calculate savings. I believe in the earlier presentation, Architect Zulkifli has shown us the available manual that can be used in order to validate the savings incurred from the implementation of the energy saving measures. When do you conduct this measurement and verification? At least once before energy savings measures are implemented and after a period of operation. So once before the installation of the energy saving measures and once after the building is operating. You can see if you look at the protocols, the international protocol for the measuring and measurement verification, there are several scopes that is available in how to evaluate the savings incurred. And who will be doing this? This will be done by the independent party who has the full expertise in measuring and verification, not by the ESCO, in order to reduce the conflict of interest. And lastly, the funding approach. I believe the earlier two presenters already said a lot about on the investment aspects of the energy efficiency initiatives and also any management execution in a company or organization. But there are three ways of having an investment for the three choices for the company organization to invest on the energy retrofits and also energy management plan. One is using a corporate loan, but also we already seen government has already coming up with the GTFS, and I believe it will continue because not all the ESCOs are resourceful enough in order to come up with their own investment 100% and still need assistance from the government. And also the company organization itself who wants to do the retrofitting and also to want to execute the energy management plan, particularly about with cost measures, they are also not resourceful enough. So there are avenues that have been provided or offered by the government. But for the corporate loan, the bank will usually lend 60 to 90% of the value of the property that is used as security. And this I think GTFS is in the similar nature of the corporate loan. Another approach is to use leasing, whereby we have this additional instrument to attract funds for companies. And lastly, the energy performance contracting is the one that is implemented widely in the energy industry. It has been implemented in all over the country. It also been practiced here in Malaysia, for example, by Telecom, by EPF, and also in the government sector by Polytechnic Merlimau has already embarked on this energy performance contracting. But I'd like to elaborate a bit further for this EPC. Not all the projects will have the same scope for the EPC. For example, from the energy audit, you need to have a very specific scope, and also you can evaluate the type of energy performance contracting in terms of shared saving, the percentage of the agreed shared saving based on the available equipment that is on the facilities or the buildings. For example, not all the projects have the chiller system. Maybe the different different buildings have different lighting systems. So from there, they can evaluate what the package or the type of energy performance contracting. Now, all buildings are the same in terms of energy use, so that will contribute to the different scopes of energy performance contracting itself. I believe that's all I have time for the presentation. Just transfer back to the moderator. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Murad, for joining us all the way from Alor Gajah, Melaka. It is now time for questions and answers. I will read out some of the questions that the attendees have uploaded on our Slido. So for the first question is actually addressed to Encik Jaz. Given that EE is relatively new, and a new area for FIs to embark in, do you think that financial institutions need to hire EE experts as their staff?
Well, I guess that can be an option. In fact, you are also able to send your staff to attend trainings. I guess Green Tech is coordinating this or even organizing this at their end to educate our credit staffs or even business people, business segment to understand the scope of EE as well. But on another option, I guess FIs can always work or collaborate with the technical experts. That's what I guess most banks are doing now. And yes, to answer to that question, yes, it's an option. How you can do that? By attending trainings that's available in the market. But also, again, another alternative is by collaborating with the technical experts.
Thank you, Encik Jaz. So the second question we have here is for Architect Zulkifli. How does energy service companies mitigate the project risks if all project risks are transferred to the ESCO? How does this risk value compromise the profitabilities of the companies?
Well, the reason they are ESCOs is because they know their business well. Yeah. So, as against renewable energy efficiency is an area of multiple technologies, ranging from lighting equipment, building controls, process engineering, and so on. So the ESCOs who are looking into what they are offering will be very, very acquainted to the subject matter, chillers and so on. So they know their risks. So once they know their risk, they know what to offer. And even when they guarantee the offer, it is based on sound calculations and sound financial assessment. So they would make the offer based on the risk that they themselves have assessed. But more important is how the banks also can understand this. Yeah, because like you say, if the banks have got no internet expertise to look into this, then it's up to the strength of the ESCOs to carry on with the project, which is most likely the case up to now. So I think we have to understand technology is there. The technology is not new. Standards are there. Certifications are there. The equipment suppliers are confident of their equipment, which they pass to the ESCOs. So the risk is very much calculated.
Thank you, Architect Zulkifli. The next question is for Dr. Murad. How to measure or compare the yield of the energy savings projects compared to similar projects in the industry?
Okay, one of the first thing to look at is to compare the performance of the building or of the organization against the performance of the similar building. For example, like if you are a shopping mall, then you need to gauge the performance against the shopping mall, for example. Because you need to compare an apple with an apple. And you also need to look at the energy savings measures which is employed and see the amount of the energy, the difference between the savings incurred and also based on the baseline that's already been set during the setting of the energy target. And then again, you compare it to the buildings of the similar nature. And also you need to look at the tariff that has been used, because one of the elements of saving is the saving of the energy costs, which relates to the utility bills and in turn relates to the tariff used by the building itself. So there you might have the commercial tariff. So if you want to call a commercial office, for example, if you want to see whether your savings is effective or not, then you need to look at the tariff that you use and compare it against the similar buildings that are they using the same tariff, because that is one of the opportunities that contribute to the savings of energy costs. But so not all of the commercial building, for example, will consider the changing of the tariff as one of the opportunities to reduce energy costs. That's one of the things that you can make a comparison of, and as also as the categories of the building, the nature of the building, and also the operations of the building. I believe the operation-wise, the commercial building does not. I will take it the same as the office building. The operation will not change much, and also the shopping malls. But also they can have a look at the other buildings energy saving measures that has been implemented. For example, if you want to change the chillers, they can make a comparison between several commercial buildings, for example, that has already made a retrofit. There is a possibility that they will not change the entire the entire air conditioning system. For example, there's one hotel, for example. They might only change one chiller and make and retain the existing equipment. So those are the things that they need to have a look at. But then again, everything comes to the energy audit, because as I said, even though their categories are similar, not all the particular buildings have the same energy footprint and the energy signature. So everything comes to the energy audit, and what are the energy saving opportunities has been identified in the energy audit. So I hope I can respond correctly to the question.
Thank you, Dr. Murad, for the explanation. We have another question for Architect Zulkifli regarding the energy saving computational model. The question is, how sensitive is this model to oil prices? Could this model become non-viable with a large drop in oil prices and subsequent low energy costs?
I think our measure of the viability of the project is not based on oil prices but on TNB tariffs. So if TNB tariffs fluctuates, then of course the risk varies accordingly. So the viability of the project is based on the tariff of the country, and for now our tariff is somewhere in the middle as compared to our ASEAN neighbors. Yeah, we are not the cheapest, neither are we the most expensive. But and our tariffs are very politically sensitive, so it doesn't change very much. So we do not keep our eyes very much on oil prices, but on the tariffs of the TNB. Yeah, but I think more important is we want to see that if you look into the overall market, maybe I would like to mention here is that TNB's revenue on their sales is about 50 billion per year. If everybody can manage to play their part to save 10% or 5%, we are looking into 2.5 to 5 billion market per year. That's how big it is if we are serious in doing it. So I think that's my answer.
Thank you, Architect Zulkifli. We have a question here for Encik Jaz. How can financial institutions play a more active role to suggest EE projects for customers?
Well, I guess there are a number of things that can be done by FIs. Among them, the first would be program development in promoting EEs itself. Second, I believe most of our customers are not exposed to incentives that are given within the EE context itself. For example, the tax incentives, JITA, GT, these are things that we need to create awareness among our own customers. And I strongly believe in collaboration. Collaborate with the technical experts who knows the in and outs of EE and who may know how to basically make things work within EE itself.
So now that you're talking about communicating or creating awareness, so can we just share with you, like perhaps from your institution, what would be the communication strategies that you adopt in probably highlighting about this new risk, the new risks, or your opinion of how the industry can highlight the new risks, the new guides, and at the same time also how are you going to communicate this awareness to your customers?
All right. If you can recall, my last slide just now was talking about communication. FI should look into communicating with their own internal stakeholders and also both internal and external stakeholders. At the same time, we should also listen to feedback coming out from the remaining stakeholders. So multiple channels, you can use social media channels, you can use your integrated reporting, you can use the frequent report to the management and even to the board. You can always do town halls. These are channels that you can make use of in communicating the documents or even progress of EE development itself.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Jeff. So we have another question for Dr. Murad, which may be a follow-up of the previous question. Is there a database of projects and energy cost savings that have been achieved? If there isn't, do you think that there should be one in Malaysia?
I believe the Energy Commission is compiling the data because there are you can call semi-authority on monitoring the energy consumption in buildings, commercial buildings. From our part, in JKR, we do have conducted several energy audits, but only for the government projects, for the government buildings. Sorry, the rest of it, you can say the database, the information is a bit scattered and belongs to the different scattered depositories. But I believe the Energy Commission is a work in progress. I believe that is under the purview of Energy Commission. There's another one is a database from the real estate, whereby the energy consumption for the commercial buildings is kept, but not not comprehensively. But yes, it should be. But as I said, it is a work in progress. I believe it's already started in a few years back, I believe. But that is under the purview of the Energy Commission. I believe they have not much, but it is there. It is a start, but it will take quite a while, because if you aware, there is energy efficiency regulation under the Electricity Efficiency Act that says you need to have an energy measure for the installation that consuming 500,000 kilowatt hour per month for the period of 6 months. So those are the regulations that need to be adhered to, and how to keep tabs of the facilities that uses that kind of that amount of energy consumption. That is under the radar of the Energy Commission. So I believe the database is there. I don't think, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's still not comprehensive, but it is the information is still there. So Energy Commission is the right party to have this database.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Murad. Architect Zulkifli, would you like to add on to the
again, I didn't get the question, sorry.
Sorry. Sorry, I'm so sorry. The question was, is there a database of projects and energy cost savings
Oh.
that have been achieved?
Actually, the problem is energy saving projects. One of the challenges is that when an ESCO does an energy saving projects, he has to sign an NDA. So sometimes it's not easily put into a database. The only entity that can have a database on energy saving projects, like Dr. Murad has said, will be ST. Because under the regulation, they have to report what are the policies, what are the management to reduce energy, and report the changes. So that is something that ST has acquired over the years. And this regulation has been around since 2008 December. Yeah, 2,000 facilities are affected, but unfortunately, only about 60% are still in compliance because of the inavailability of the energy managers in the market still. So that is before the ENC Act comes into play, where you include thermal as well. So the thing about keeping record is also to do with regulations. If you don't have regulations, you cannot get data in order to check what the efforts are being done. So I think we have to recognize one thing about energy efficiency projects, especially that those that are carried out by ESCOs, is not easily advertised or made available for public consumption or appreciation, because there's a lot of secrecy and there's a lot of confidentiality involved. So, well, hopefully many people will able to share the information so that it can be replicated.
Thank you, Architect Zulkifli. We have a final question for Encik Jazwi. Do you think more financial institutions will offer cheaper financing rates for energy efficient vehicles or electric vehicles?
Well, I guess that goes back to the risk appetite of each bank. And there are certain risks, as I've mentioned earlier on, that need also to be considered. But I do expect and believe that there'll be some innovative solutions or even interesting packages to be offered by banks in promoting this agenda, especially with the issuance of these 3 sectoral guidelines. I guess banks are geared up and don't want to be left behind. Again, the role of banking institution is needed in coming up with all these innovative solutions or even product offerings. And I believe, yes, there could be some. I mean, you'll be expecting a lot more interesting packages.
Thank you. I'm sure the consumers will be happy to hear this. So we will have, I guess we can take just one final question for addressed to both Dr. Murad and Architect Zulkifli. If you have information on this, is there a good return on investment for residential homes to take on EE projects?
Yeah, where residentials, we don't normally talk about projects. Yeah, we talk about equipment, house equipment, 5-star rating TVs, lights, which are LEDs, 5-star washing machines. I mean, this will, I think, I'm not supposed to talk about the new regulation, but more and more equipment will be star rated for houses. Yeah, and of course, at the same time, energy efficiency in houses also has got a lot to do with the passive design side of residence, how it's insulated, how it's orientated, how it is protected from heat, insulation, and so on. So the combination of passive and active designs would help house owners to save electricity. And of course, to much big extent, we must understand energy efficiency has got 3 levels of management. One is no cost at all because you need to just switch off your aircon if you're not using it. The low cost, of course, when you have some leakage somewhere and so on, you have to just close your windows if you switch on your aircon. And of course, the investment type, which requires financing by the banks. So that's my answer.
Thank you, Architect.
Okay.
Murad now?
You're talking about the whole entirety of the energy efficiency in residential. I believe a national standard has been launched for the energy efficient design of residential homes, residential buildings. And I agree with what Architect Zulkifli said. You need both the passive and also the active. And both of the design practice, code of practice has been launched. And if we can tackle that, then we can tackle lots, and then we can achieve a lot of in terms of energy efficiency in residential homes. But then they need some kind of, the residents need some kind of, the people need some kind of incentives. For example, from the DNB. For example, if you already have the solar system, then if you can sell the excess electricity that's been generated, then there is some sort of good incentives that be offered by the DNB service provider. So, and also the equipment. We are talking about the whole supply chain here, right? From the appliances that has been bought, where you buy appliances, and also when you put something energy efficient, for example, like the solar panels, and then you need to have some push factors and pull factors as well. They can save their own pockets, but then that is part of the whole puzzle. So you need to have a look at the whole entirety. I believe some of them has been, all of these things have been launched, has been available. It's just a matter of showing it as a proof to the people that what they're doing now is worthwhile, instead of having some individual awareness of saving their own pockets and also trying to help the country reduce the carbon footprint. So I'm talking about the whole entirety of the supply chain, and also we're talking about the interrelatedness of the energy efficiency, and also ultimately to the renewable energy. So that's my answer to it.
Thank you, Dr. Murad. We have now reached the end of our second session. On behalf of IBFIM, I would like to thank all presenters for your presentations and also to attendees for your participation. All the presenters' slides will be shared with participants after the session. So we will be going for a lunch break now and resuming with the third sector, which is palm oil, at 2:30 p.m. We would appreciate if all attendees would join us again.
Kak Jah merupakan seorang peniaga kuih kecil-kecilan. Kak Jah berhajat untuk melabur sebahagian keuntungan perniagaannya untuk simpanan hari tua serta dapat membantu menyara pendidikan anak-anaknya. Untuk mengumpul dana, Kak Jah sedang mencari platform pelaburan yang bersesuaian dengan kemampuan serta mudah difahami. Rash pula bekerja sebagai pemandu servis pengantaran makanan. Disebabkan sifat pekerjaan beliau yang berisiko tinggi, Rash mahu mencari perlindungan insurans yang mampu melindungi beliau serta keluarga sekiranya berlaku kemalangan yang tidak diduga. Ahsan pula merupakan pengusaha bengkel motosikal. dia sedang mencari pembiayaan mikro untuk membesarkan bengkel motosikal yang dimilikinya selepas permohonannya ditolak oleh beberapa institusi kewangan. Bagaimanapun, mereka tiada akses dan kurang berpengetahuan untuk mendapatkan perkhidmatan yang mereka perlukan. Macam mana kita hendak menolong mereka? Memperkenalkan iBerkat. iBerkat merupakan inisiatif Malaysia Digital Economy Corporation MDEC untuk membantu rakyat khususnya komuniti B40 dan perusahaan kecil dan sederhana mikro mendapatkan ilmu pengetahuan dan akses kepada perkhidmatan kewangan digital. Menerusi kerjasama dengan syarikat-syarikat teknologi kewangan fintech, rakyat dapat menikmati pembiayaan kewangan mikro, melakukan pelaburan dengan mudah serta perlindungan insurans dengan harga yang berpatutan. Permohonan boleh dibuat secara online dan dapat diakses pada bila-bila masa di mana-mana saja anda berada. Yang penting, perkhidmatan ini dijamin telus, selamat serta diiktiraf oleh kerajaan. Wah, pakai telefon bimbit je? Ish, mudah betul. Dengan modal pelaburan yang kecil, wang simpanan Kak Jah bertambah dan anak-anaknya pula dapat jaminan untuk melanjutkan pengajian kelak. Lepas ni, Raj tak perlu risau lagi dengan adanya pelindungan insurans mikro. Murah pula tu. Amboi, Aseng tersenyum lebar selepas bengkel motosikalnya dibesarkan. Untunglah ada pembiayaan mikro yang senang lulus. Layari mdec.my/iberkat untuk mengetahui lebih lanjut mengenai iberkat. Boleh online aja, semuanya di ujung jari. Kak Jah merupakan seorang peniaga kuih kecil-kecilan. Kak Jah berhajat untuk melabur sebahagian keuntungan perniagaannya untuk simpanan hari tua serta dapat membantu menyara pendidikan anak-anaknya. Untuk mengumpul dana, Kak Jah sedang mencari platform pelaburan yang bersesuaian dengan kemampuan serta mudah difahami. Rash pula bekerja sebagai pemandu servis pengantaran makanan. Disebabkan sifat pekerjaan beliau yang berisiko tinggi, Rash mahu mencari perlindungan insurans yang mampu melindungi beliau serta keluarga sekiranya berlaku kemalangan yang tidak diduga. Ahsen pula merupakan pengusaha bengkel motosikal. Dia sedang mencari pembiayaan mikro untuk memperbesarkan bengkel motosikal yang dimilikinya selepas permohonannya ditolak oleh beberapa institusi kewangan. Bagaimanapun, mereka tiada akses dan kurang berpengetahuan untuk mendapatkan perkhidmatan yang mereka perlukan. Macam mana kita hendak menolong mereka? Memperkenalkan iBerkat. iBerkat merupakan inisiatif Malaysia Digital Economy Corporation MDEC untuk membantu rakyat khususnya komuniti B40 dan perusahaan kecil dan sederhana mikro mendapatkan ilmu pengetahuan dan akses kepada perkhidmatan kewangan digital. Menerusi kerjasama dengan syarikat-syarikat teknologi kewangan fintech, rakyat dapat menikmati pembiayaan kewangan mikro, melakukan pelaburan dengan mudah serta perlindungan insurans dengan harga yang berpatutan. Permohonan boleh dibuat secara online dan dapat diakses pada bila-bila masa di mana-mana saja anda berada. Yang penting, perkhidmatan ini dijamin telus, selamat serta diiktiraf oleh kerajaan. Wah, pakai telefon bimbit je? Ish, mudah betul. Dengan modal pelaburan yang kecil, wang simpanan Kak Jah bertambah dan anak-anaknya pula dapat jaminan untuk melanjutkan pengajian kelak. Lepas ni, Rash tak perlu risau lagi dengan adanya perlindungan insurans mikro. Murah pula tu. Amboi, Aseng tersenyum lebar selepas bengkel motosikalnya dibesarkan. Untunglah ada pembiayaan mikro yang senang lulus. Layari mdec.my/iberkat untuk mengetahui lebih lanjut mengenai iberkat. Boleh online aja, semuanya di ujung jari.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and a good afternoon to all participants. For those who are only joining us now, welcome to the VBIAF Sectoral Guide Town Hall, and to those who have been with us from the morning sessions on renewable energy and energy efficiency, thank you for joining us again. I am Azrin Shahida, and I will be the moderator for today, and this will be the final sector for today's town hall. The palm oil sector was selected to be in the first cohort of the VBIAF Sectoral Guides due to its significant contribution to Malaysia's economy and its susceptibility to environmental and societal issues. I am joined here this cloudy afternoon by Encik Muhammad Farihan bin Ahmad, Head Credit Risk Management of Maybank Islamic Berhad, the Project Manager for the Palm Oil Sub-Working Group. The Palm Oil Sector Guide was developed in collaboration with Bank Negara Malaysia, industry representatives from COP member banks, including Alliance Islamic Bank, Bank Islamic, Bank Pertanian Malaysia Berhad, and Maybank, as well as technical experts from the Malaysian Palm Oil Council, Malaysian Palm Oil Certification Council, SIMW Plantation, and WWF Malaysia. Good afternoon, Encik Farihan. Thank you for joining us here today.
Good afternoon, Azrin.
Encik Farihan will be taking us through the sectoral guide on palm oil. You may go ahead, Encik Farihan.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Azrin and IBFIM team for having me here today. I guess a beautiful introduction by Ms. Azrin just now. I will just go straight to my presentation then. As you can see here, this is how I confine the 52 pages of the sectoral guide document into 15 minutes presentation. So we will gonna touch a bit on the definition, scope, commercial proposition, and then we are gonna go into the impact-based risk management system, which covers the risk identification, risk measurement, and the risk management, which includes the monitoring and reporting. Okay, under the introduction of these documents, it touched on the objective and applicability. I believe this part is similar to the earlier two sectoral guide that has been discussed earlier this morning, except for the sector context, which under this sector, the document talks a bit about the palm oil industries as the critical commodity, and then its impact to the sustainability and what are the government initiatives in addressing the issues. Okay, move on to the definition. Basically, the definition we included in is on the palm oil supply chain, which can be further subcategorized into 4 categories: the growers, millers, processing facilities, and also the retailers. The scope for this first version of the palm oil sector guide will be focusing on the upstream activities, which covers the growers and millers. Just to touch a bit on the growers, basically for the document purpose, we divided into 2 categories of growers: the large and medium estates, and also the independent and smallholders. Okay, on the commercial proposition, basically we include here some of the government's initiatives to facilitate the compliance of the MSPO certifications, such as the tax deduction, the grant for entrepreneurs, the auditing fees and cost support, the provision of financing, and so on. And we also included the financial institutions specialized financing product that can be offered. This is, I know this is not popular yet in Malaysia, but I believe some of the banks already start looking into this as their commitment to support the sustainable palm oil agenda. Okay, now we are going into the impact-based risk management system. In the risk identification, basically the bank need to identify the benefit and the risk impacts related to the client's proposal. We identified here in this document the risk classification based on the ESG risk aspect. As you can see here, we have a governance mechanism. Under the governance, we have a land access, we have biodiversity loss, deforestation, climate change, GHG emissions, we have pollution preventions, we have a water system, we have supply chain management, all this under the environmental, and we have human rights, labor rights, and occupational safety and health under the social aspect. Of course, if you see my slide here, you can see just one or two examples given in each of the risk categories. This is just basically to provide an understanding to the document. However, inside the document, we have a long list of the risk factors that fall under each of the categories. Next, to move to next slide. Here, once the ESG risk sector is identified, the bank need to determine the risk that their customer is carrying. The checklist is an example to suggest the risk information required for different types of customers. As you can see in the slide there, on the left side is basically the category of the risk aligned with the risk identification that we identified earlier. And then to the right side, you can see we separate the millers and the estate. The estate also, we have separated new estate and existing estate, and then we further separated large and medium estate and the small holders. This is basically, as we realized during the development of the documents, each of the risk criteria might not be applicable to every type of the customers under the palm oil upstream activities. So we have provided this to identify which of risks are applicable to each of the business types. There are some not applicable to some, and there are some higher risk than the others. Inside the document also, we have included the exclusion list, which serve as a baseline to indicate the avoidance to certain activities. For example, to palm oil, the customer who practice open burning for their land clearing is considered a high risk to the bank. And another example is the exploitation of the people, child labor. These are all the exclusion lists that we could say this as a knockoff criteria that the bank should not consider. Once we identified all the risks, then we move on to the risk measurement. Here, as you can see, we develop the impact metrics and indicators to match with the risk, and the risk score to match with the metrics and indicators identified. As you can see here, we also have the mitigation column there. This is to indicates that although the customer may score high risk to certain criteria, but they may also have sufficient mitigation to address the risk concern, and the bank may still can consider the deal. If we go through the next slides, this is basically the continuation of the same table, and you can see here we have a diamond symbol to the sum of the categories. This basically to indicate the minimum scoring criteria for every for each of the banks to consider, so that at least we have some standardized minimum requirement. Okay, as here you can see the example of decision-making rules. We divided here for the purpose of this document 4 decision-making rule under the unacceptable risk, high risk, medium risk, and also low risk. For example, just now we're discussing about the exclusion list. This would be the under the unacceptable risk. For the customer with high risk score, we may consider the mitigation strategy. The approval then can be still considered, but of course subject to the strict conditions or covenants. I would like to indicate here that this example of decision-making rule is not definite. Each bank may use their own internal methodology to arrive at the decision-making rule. For other risk impact measurement, other than the one the metrics and the score that we discussed, we also have a certification. As per VBI assessment framework, it indicated that the bank can rely on the certification if the certification match the risk appetite of the bank. However, of course, when the bank risk appetite is more stringent than the certification requirement, then the bank need to have a further assessment into that particular risk area. And then we have a GHG calculator here. I just put here to indicate that basically these indicators we propose for the large estates. It may not be practical for the smallholders and millers at the moment. And then we also have the financial risk assessment as recommended by the Task Force of Climate-Related Financial Disclosures, TCFD. We include here the impact from climate-related risks with regard to physical risks, transition risk, and the financial risk. For example, a physical risk, it can be a severe floods that affecting the yield of the customer. For transition risk, the MFPO certification issues. The financial risk can be the business risk, legal risk in terms of compliance costs, and so on, and also the credit risk in terms of the possible higher expected loss. Now, once the risk is identified and measured, the bank need to manage and mitigate all those issues. We have a few items we include inside the document. One is on the clear and comprehensive, on the contractual agreement, basically the comprehensive terms and condition to address the ESG issues. We also have a proposal on the improvement and mitigations to mitigate the negative impact that the customer is carrying. We have the escalation and exit procedures. This includes the penalties and probably the event of default in case of customer repeatedly breach certain conditions by the bank. We also have adequate protection where this talks about yield protection, income protection, and carbon capture liability and pollution liability. And then lastly, we have also included inside the document a nurturing program that the bank can collaborate with the government agencies or the NGOs to provide the training and awareness programs to both their customers and community to address the ESG issues. Okay, now we are on the risk management reporting. Basically, for reporting, the mechanism is to effectively monitor the impact-based performance based on the risk measures and indicators that we identified earlier. As you can see on the slides, we have indicated the stakeholders involved for the reporting, the channel, and also its types of report and information content required. So, just to touch a bit on the appendices, we also include few appendices inside the document. Is one of it is a list of applicable laws and regulations related to palm oil estates and mills. We have the document have a sample of customer onboarding checklist. 2 sets of a sample. We included medium and large estate and millers, and also for the independent and organized smallholders. Inside the document appendix also the summary of comparisons of few leading palm oil certification schemes, such as MSPO, comparing with ISPO, RSPO, and so on. And then we have a sample of case study, a courtesy from Samdabi Plantation Berhad. So I guess, yeah, that's all from me. Thanks a lot, and back to you, Puan Azri.
Thank you, Encik Farihan, for the briefing on the guidance document. So to participants, if you have any questions for Encik Farihan, you may submit them via the link provided in the chat box. Malaysia is one of the largest exporters and producers of palm oil and its products. One of the initiatives to ensure the sustainability of the entire palm oil supply chain is through the Malaysian Sustainable Palm Oil or MSPO certification. As recommended in the sectoral guide, FIs need to ensure that their counterparties in the local palm oil businesses are MSPO certified at all times. To brief us further on the MSPO certification scheme, I would like to invite Puan Kamini Suryamurthy, Section Head of Food, Agriculture and Forestry Section, Management System Certification Department of Sirim Cars International.
Hello, Puan Azrin.
Good
How are
afternoon,
you?
Puan Kamini.
Okay.
I'm fine, thank
All
you.
right.
We are preparing your slides to be shared at the moment. For participants' information, Puan Kamini is responsible for overseeing the entire management system certification services, such as sustainable schemes, such as RSPO and MSPO.
No,
Is
it's
it raining
actually,
over there,
it looks like
Puan
it's going to
Kamini?
rain, but so far it's still okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
we
can
have
see
your
it.
slides up now. Can you
Right.
see it?
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
You may
So
begin, Puan
thank you
Kamini.
very
Thank
much,
you.
Puan Azrin, and thank you for having me for this webinar. All right. The role of certification body in managing risks in palm oil sector was one of the topics that we are going to discuss today, right? As you can see, it is actually required by MPOB if you want to have your licensing that all certification estates and mills has to be certified to MSPO certification. So based on the age, which was in July 30th, 2020, they published that almost 85% of oil palm plantations and almost about 90% of palm oil mills has already been certified to MSPO. Whereas in terms of organized smallholders, at about 99.64% has actually been certified to MSPO certification. Now, the concern is mainly on smallholders. Private smallholders are still in progress of getting certified to MSPO certification. So based on the Ministry of Plantation Industries and Commodities and MPOB, they have been actively trying to make sure that all private smallholders get their MSPO certification hopefully by this year, end of this year. All right. So as of July, about 162 spot groups nationwide has been certified. All right. But one of the challenges I think MPOB is also facing is in certifying the private smallholders is ownership status of the land without valid land titles, as well as issues of land titles related to temporary land titles, enroached land, and changing of land use to oil palm cultivation. Right. So what is a MSPO certification scheme? The Malaysian Sustainable Palm Oil Certification Scheme is a national scheme in Malaysia for oil palm plantations, independent and organized small holdings, palm oil processing facilities, which needs to be certified to requirements of MSPO standards. It is a process that sets the standards for responsible management of palm oil plantation, small holdings, as well as palm oil processing facilities. This is, we are talking about the mills, right? Now, the standards is actually divided to three types, which is MSPO 2530 Part 2, which is focused specifically for general principles for independent smallholders. MSPO 2530 Part 3, the general principles which focuses for oil palm plantations, which is the bigger estates, and organized smallholders. All right. So this is organized smallholders are like say, for example, Falcra. All right. And then MSPO 2530 Part 4, which is focuses on general principles for palm oil mills. Okay, so this is very specific. The standard is actually split to three and is quite specific, addressing each type of unit, what is the principles and what is the indicators that they are supposed to be used for auditing purposes. Now, MPOCC, Malaysian Palm Oil Certification Council, is the independent non-profit organization which actually develops and operates the Malaysian Sustainable Palm Oil Certification Scheme. MPOCC is actually considered as a scheme owner for this activity. All right. So they actually appoint accredited certification bodies to conduct the certification process. All right. So if you go down to MPOCC website, there is number of accredited certification bodies which are actually qualified to perform certification process for MSPO certification. And of course, Sirim QAS International, Sendirian Berhad, we actually can conduct certification process on behalf of MPOCC. Now, what is a certification process? It is to assess and verify the oil palm management system is in compliance with the standard requirements. So whatever that is prescribed in the MSPO standard, we will actually audit either the smallholder, the bigger estates, the organized smallholders, and the palm oil mills according to the standard which I highlighted earlier, the 3 standard, and we will audit it. We will do the auditing activity against these requirements in this particular standard, and then based on that we can do certification activity, right? Now, why do we need certification? This actually helps to reduce the risk in palm oil industry. Okay, basically when you do certification, you are actually going to look at certain indicators or requirements which we expect the certification unit, or in this case we call them estates and as well as mills, to comply. So in this way, it actually helps reduce the risk to in palm oil industries. It actually helps the palm oil industry to meet stakeholder and customer expectation, especially in regarding to corporate social responsibility. It actually gives a good understanding of the supply chain to the certification unit to ensure that they have a robust management system, all right? It increases the efficiency of your production activity while reducing social and environmental impact, and being certified actually gives you a competitive advantage, especially in allowing you access to international markets, right? So that is why we need certification, all right? Now, I'll just give an explanation of how a certification process works, either if you're a smallholder or if you're a bigger unit, a bigger estate, or if you're a mill. The certification process is actually the same across board. Now, what we all usually as a certification body, once a certification unit is already prepared, what they will do is they need to apply to a certification body. So we will actually give them a questionnaire where they will need to submit all relevant information in regards to that certification unit, all right? And then we will prepare a contract review and we will prepare a quotation, all right? So once they have agreed to the quotation, they will actually do an application with the certification body. So once we have received the application signed by the certification unit, we will conduct stage 1 audit. We call it a stage 1 audit, all right? And then once the stage 1 audit is conducted, we will do a stakeholder consultation process. Now, this is a very interesting and critical activity, which means that stakeholder consultation is any relevant stakeholder that has either direct or indirect impact to the unit which is being certified. We will identify them. We will actually invite them to comment if they have any issues in regards to the certification unit being certified. All right. So this process takes about 1 month between the stage 1 audit as well as the stage 2 audit. So we give 1 month for them to collect all information, and then we will actually conduct the stage 2 audit. All right. So during the stage 2 audit, we will review all the information from the stakeholder consultation as well as audit the certification unit against the MSPO standards. All right. So if everything is in place, we will recommend for certification where we will generate a draft final audit report. Okay, this audit report will actually go through a peer review process. A peer reviewer is a person who is actually a competent person and has long experience in palm oil plantation. So he will go through our final audit report to make sure that our coverage of audit is been effective and ensures that everything has been addressed according to the standard requirement. If he says it's okay, he actually signs off on it, then we will generate a final audit report. And this final audit report, of course, goes through an approval section in CRIM, because we also will raise if there's any findings. And finally, if everything is in place, we will issue a certificate. All right, so this is basically a certification process. So I'll just go through specifically how does the implication of the risk when we do a certification process, how we actually address the risk. Now, during the contract review process, like I said earlier, we have a questionnaire. We will generate a contract review exercise and we will do a quotation. Now, the contract review process actually determines the number of audit days. When we do a certification, we do auditing. When we do auditing, we actually have to go on site and to do the auditing process. So in order for us to see whether we have adequate auditing time, we actually do a contract review where it will help us determine how many days we actually need to audit for that particular certification unit. The bigger you are, and the number of audit days is actually calculated based on a risk parameter. Now, the risk parameters actually is addressed on how big is the certification unit, where is it located, what are the critical activities or operations that it is being conducted. So based on that, we will actually divide it to 3 levels, whether it's going to be a low risk, medium risk, or a high risk. Okay. So the higher the risk, the higher the mandates. So when it's higher mandates, we can ensure that the coverage is adequate. It is effective. All right. So we will break the auditing exercise to stage 1 audit. Stage 1 audit for us is what we call as documentation audit. We just want to make sure that the certification unit is prepared. It is actually able to do the certification process. So we look at their documentation. We make sure that the risk level is actually correct, properly identified during the contract review, and the stakeholders has been confirmed, also has been properly identified. So from the results from the stage 1, we will do a recommendation whether if they can go for a stage 2. Now, if there's no issues of concern raised, they can proceed to stage 2. If there are issues of concern raised, then we expect them to do improvement on the documentation before they can proceed to stage 2. Now, stage 2 documentation audit is actually looking at documentation and implementation, and is also conducted on site, and it also involves stakeholder interviews. So the recommendation for the stage 2 audit certification is whether they can be certified or not based on the findings which we raise. If we don't raise any findings, we will recommend them for certification. If we raise a major NCR, we will not recommend them for certification. We expect them to do a corrective action, and we will do a verification audit to make sure that their corrective action is effectively implemented. If we raise it as a minor NCR, we will recommend for certification, and we will expect them to generate a corrective action plan, which will verify during the next audit, and we call it as opportunities for improvement. We expect them to improve. All right. What are the major issues that major NCRs can be raised? It is one thing that we always see, especially for smallholders, is compliance to legal requirements, such as land title, environment regulations, such as waste management, OSH regulations, such as workers' health and safety. We also see concerns on compliance to high conservation areas. Okay, they do have difficulty trying to comply to this, as well as social issues like minimum wage, living conditions, and child worker. So all this will play a part in actually for us to do a recommendation. So that's all. Thank you very much. Right, Azrin, I have already completed. All right.
Thank you, Puan Kamini, for the presentation. As briefed by Encik Farihan earlier, this edition of the sectoral guide focuses on the upstream activities of the palm oil supply chain. This involves growers and millers. Puan Kamini has also introduced to us the MSPO certification scheme and highlighted some of the issues faced by smallholders to comply with the certification requirements. To speak from the smallholders' perspective, we have online Tuan Haji Azmi bin Hassan, who is the Deputy President of the National Association of Smallholders Malaysia and also a board member of the Malaysian Palm Oil Board, to discuss about the opportunities and challenges for smallholders in transitioning to MSPOs.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Tuan Haji.
Okay. Okay. Can see me, everybody? Okay.
Yes, we can see and hear you clearly. You can
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dan selamat sejahtera dan selamat petang kepada semua peserta dan juga organizer. So dengan COVID-19 ni segala-galanya bertukar, hijrah. So my topic today is opportunities and challenge for smallholders in transitioning. Dan transitioning itulah hijrah to Malaysian sustainable palm oil. Whatever we do now, we nak berhijrah kepada Malaysian sustainable palm oil. So there is a very good topic for the smallholders, and I will talk on it based on Nash experience. Firstly, I would like to congratulate the organizer for organizing this seminar, this VBIAF seminar, and inviting Nash. And it is an honor for us to be here, and hope that I can a little bit highlight to you some of the problem and challenge opportunity what the smallholders are facing on this MSPO certification. Okay, when you talk about sustainability, you talk about the 3 P's principle. That means the people, the profit, and the planet. So when I talk about opportunity and challenge, I would like to touch on these 3 issues. First thing is I will talk on the people, which is the people, and I will touch on Nash role and function, who are the smallholders, and on the profit, I will talk about the benefit, but that benefit that the smallholders will get from certification, and finally, planet, creating a prosperous life for the smallholders. Now, my approach here on the 3 P's is on the supply side, not on the consumer side. So probably at the end of my discussion, I would like to just highlight a little bit the balance between the consumer and on the supply side. So let me first touch you on the people. Well, to get acquainted, I would like to brief you a little bit on what is Nash and what is Nash involvement in this MSPO. Okay, Nash is an NGO which has been set up in 1975. We have total members of 150,000, and it involves all commodities, mainly palm oil, rubbers, and others. Okay, our mission is to enhance the socio-economic status of smallholders, and finally, to create a progressive, innovative, proactive, and self-reliant smallholders community. That's why we call it independent smallholders. Okay, now we have actually 8 functions that we help the smallholders to develop themselves and to be part of the economic activities of the government. So I would like to focus on 3 basic functions, which is really work with government agencies to get certificate for the smallholders. First thing I'd like to mention about the unifying the smallholders. Okay, who is the smallholders we are talking about here? So first, the smallholder definition in Malaysia is those who are having an acreage of 40.46 hectares or simply 100 acres and less. Right now, we have around total palm oil smallholders, around 650,000 smallholders. Okay, you see from the government, the evolution of smallholders, oil palm smallholders is one of have been evolved based on the government policy of reducing poverty rate from 45% in the year 1970 to 3.2% in 2016. So it started with 54,700 hectares in 1960. Palm oil smallholders now in 2019 is 39% of 5.9 million hectares of oil palm area. So if you look at this number, you can see how many depending on oil palm sectors. If we take one family, five members, and if we come to nearly 5 million people depending on smallholdings in palm oil smallholding in Malaysia. And then there is mentioned earlier, organized smallholders and independent smallholders. Okay, let me just explain to you who is the organized smallholders. So people used to know organized smallholders. Those are organized under agencies like FELDA, RISDA, and FECRA. And inorganized, I don't want to call it inorganized, independent smallholders, which are not which are managed themselves the estate. So we talk about the organized smallholders. Their holding is around 4 hectares, which is around 10 acres. For the inorganized, for the independent smallholders in Semenanjung, Malaysia, in Peninsular Malaysia, the average holding is around 3 hectares to maybe 7 hectares. But in Sabah and Sarawak, and it can come up to 30 or 40 hectares. So there will be a big more holding in small holdings in Sabah and Sarawak. Then I just want to, the question asks whether the smallholders are ready for certification. Okay, if you look at oil palm industry in Malaysia, it's a very highly regulated industry. So the smallholders from day one, when they want to plant palm oil, they have been, they are very disciplined, and they have been part of the regulation of the palm industry. MPOB is the one who regulates the industry, and all palm oil smallholders are subjected to so many regulations and so many rules and regulations which have been part of their life. So to me, there is no problem of adopting MSPO mandatory, which is being made mandatory in the year January 2020. That is the first function that we are supposed to have the smallholders to be certified under the MSPO. Now, how do we do it? How do NESH do it? Okay, we are, our next function is the resource linkers. We link the resources. So as you see, the evolution of smallholders is based on government intervention. Like FERDA, for example, RISDA, FECRA. These are the agencies which under Rancangan Malaysia, they have been developing the smallholders. So now you can see FERDA is a good model of smallholding. It's organized. FECRA, partly organized. RISDA, also partly organized. And all these agencies, the smallholders are our members. What our duty is to ensure that all these smallholders are aligned with whatever policies of the government in a way so that they are not left behind whatever development the government is imposing or the economic development to the smallholders. So for example, the MSPO program, which has been part of MPOB activities for the smallholders, and we are part of it. And then we help MPOB to carry out awareness program in such a way the smallholders really understand why they are being certified. And finally, I would like to start on networking. We are lucky enough that the government appointed us and the board of MPOB. I'm now in the board of MPOB, in the board of Lembaga Getah Malaysia, MPOC and MPOCC. And also, we are also involved in the cooperative movement. So our participation in the government agency as a monitoring role. We are carrying out monitoring role, and then we participate in any government policy analysis. Okay, now let's look at the profit. This is the challenge of sustainability of MSPO. Okay. We have heard from Kamini just now the low rate of certification by the independent smallholder. Why is it? The question is why. The issue is only on benefit. Right now, the problem that we are facing, the smallholder facing, is that they don't see any tangible benefit when they go for sustainability, when they go for MSPO. Okay. The areas that a challenge that on the smallholders is, first thing is on the progressive increase in farm input, especially fertilizer. Fertilizer, mind you, 30 to 40% of the FFB production cost. And this cost leads to high production cost, and there is no control on the price. And with our current action, and most of the fertilizer being imported, this will put more pressure on the smallholders when it comes to the profit or income to the smallholding. Second area that I want to discuss here is on the trading, the fair trade, which is the smallholders are facing right now. You see, we are the price of FB is determined through a count-back formula from CPO. And the smallholders, we don't have any, what they call it, we don't have any involvement in the price discovery system. So the low price of FB due to unfair trade and non-transparent prices formulation is one of the costs that you can see the price of CPO. I give an example. The price of CPO is 2,500 ton, FFB X mill, and at the dealer price is around 450,000 ringgit per ton. And it comes to the smallholder price, it will be less than that. There is a deduction of 120 ringgit per ton for transport and other things, and it will come, the smallholder only getting 330 ringgit per ton. That is now current the price. If the price dropped to 300 or 400 ringgit, and you can see how much is the smallholders are getting. So these are the one of the problem, the fair trading that can bring opportunities to smallholders if MSPO, under the principle of transparency, can help us to really reduce some of the transaction costs. And of course, the cost of living. So the cost of living is a decision to make whether to invest in input or to make a living. So which is more important, consumption? So this leads to no fertilization, and finally is low gap achievement, which contribute to low productivity. And finally, as you mentioned, the social capital. This is very important, the value of the smallholder. As you mentioned just now, a lot of things, the risk, everything. So if under MSPO, we can just raise the value of smallholders, hopefully the risk involved in doing business by the smallholders and can be accepted by the finance sector. Hopefully that we can get financing for the smallholders. And finally, I will touch on the planet. Well, there's two things here. Finally, we are looking into a prosperous and good living standard for the smallholders. So hopefully the benefit from whatever MSPO standard is, we want to see tangible asset. What is the benefit? Is there any premium for the price that we are getting for the quality crop that we produce from MSPO standard? Hopefully one day that we can have a FFB MSPO standard. So hopefully the benefit is with MSO principle, GAP and transparency, we are going to achieve a self-reliant and ability to make production, market and market decision. So under this thing, we can achieve the 17 SDG, Sustainable Income on Smallholding, the Sustainable Development Goals, which have been set up by the world. This is on the supply side. So hopefully, and the SDG number one, there is more poverty. I think that we have achieved that. We have to have a comfortable housing with good environment. SDG 2, zero hunger, good and enough food. SDG 3, good health and well-being, able to buy medicine at least right now, COVID-19. SDG 4, quality education. SDG 9, industry innovation, infrastructure, access to basic technology and transportation system. And finally, SDG 8, decent work and economic growth, able to make saving and investment. So finally, I just want to conclude. You see, oil palm smallholding, maximum size 40.6 hectares, total 350,000, 39% of 5.9 million hectares. Substantial contribution to mission economy. Certification, oil palm industry highly regulated. Earlier, RSPO focused on estate and mills with selected group of smallholders. Currently, smallholders focus on MSO certification made mandatory by government beginning 1st January 2020. Government giving subsidy for smallholders certification. A bit slow independent smallholders. As of July, 20% certified for organized smallholders, more than 90% for the, for organized smallholders are more than 90%. Opportunities and challenge. Principle of GAP and transparency in doing will increase the value image of smallholder business. Transaction costs can be reduced biggest challenge smallholder facing are FAB price, half the price of FAB X mill, and yet to see any tangible benefit from certification because of price, not a factor in the certification. Have no control on commodity pricing. Price fluctuation will affect smallholders' income. Finally, required assistance. Smallholder business as partnership in the economic development. Commodity price, cost of production, and cost of living should be jointly factored in the income model. The government and the financial institutions should assist in reducing costs with the introduction of financial products that can reduce risk in the smallholders' investment. With that, thank you very much and hope to see you in another session. Yes.
Thank you, Tuan Haji Azmi. We will definitely be seeing you shortly for the Q&A. But our final presenter for today is from the Malaysia Institute for Supply Chain Innovation, or MSI. Dr. Asad Atta, Associate Professor at MISI, will brief us on the role of independent smallholder farmers in the Malaysian palm oil supply chain.
Walaikum salam, and again, salam alaikum everyone, and a very good afternoon. Can you see my slides? I'm trying to share my screen. Okay.
Yes, we can. Okay.
Yeah, moment. Okay. Okay. Great. Okay.
Great. Thank you.
So again, thank you very much, especially Tuan Haji Azmi. I'll just continue from where you left, or build a little bit more on what you covered. So interestingly, the little bit of introduction that went from me, I have had the privilege to work as part of my research with about 7,000 to 8,000 smallholder, independent smallholder farmer group in Batu Pahat and the southern Malaysian area of Johor. So I have some learnings that I wanted to share in alignment with the topic for today, and very much in line with the series of sessions that we have had so far. So again, without going much into my background, if we have time, we can talk about that. I wanted to show you, again, building on what we did in the previous session. The slides are not moving. Let's see. Okay, so the bigger picture here, I mean, we're talking about here for an independent smallholder farmer. That's the context here. So this is a supply chain view that I drew. So if you would take a look, starting from the very top left, if you can see my cursor, okay, which I'm saying is the independent smallholder farmer. Hopefully you can see, if I were to zoom in here, that our independent smallholder farmer who we are talking about, as someone in this palm oil supply chain, we say 40% of supply in Malaysia comes from these group of smallholders. He sits very much upstream, okay, and then all the way through collection centers and bigger dealers, aggregators, and these independent dealers or external dealers. It goes to various mills. And the mills, they take out the CPO, the crude palm oil, pass the kernels ahead. The kernels go to kernel crushing plants. And from the kernel crushing plants, we have these oleochemical somewhere. I think we have a few in Malaysia, but mostly overseas. That's where our crude palm kernel oil goes and palm oil goes, where it is refined into these other products. So in all of this, the people, the consumers out here, okay, talking, and there's a lot of noise about sustainability, certification, okay. You can see how difficult it is for them sitting here to see the independent or the small farmers very much upstream. It is difficult because the supply chain is so long. And so now we're talking about the role of these independent smallholder farmers, which even globally contribute 40% to the palm oil supply chain. And why we call them independent, I mean, what I'm trying to show you in this picture is because contractually they are not obligated like the scheme farmers to supply to a mill. So it's very much the informal scheme, and this exists. This is a special feature of Malaysian palm oil supply chain. A lot of other countries, what I've seen is there are these farmers which are directly tied to the mill. So that way, it's not so many hops. So even the RSP document that they had in 2014, the models they were proposing, the standards for the independent smallholders farmer certification, they assumed that the Malaysian farmer is directly connected to the mill. So now they have revised it and they've come with a new standard. So all I'm trying to say is, so this is the complexity of the supply chain. So anything that happens downstream is very much difficult for the benefits of it to reach the upstream. And also there is a lack of empathy because there is a lack of visibility. So, and at the same time, there is no contractual obligation. So the farmers will sell where it matters the most. Okay. So the fundamental question, whether it's certification, whether it's MSP or RSP or anything, that these farmers have is what is in it for me. So what is it that we are doing in the name of certification or sustainability that kind of does not kill these farmers out of the supply chain? Because bigger companies may mostly end up going to the bigger plantations and sources of supply. They are easy to trace and easy to certify. So it's a messy problem. And what I'm showing here on the right side is where the research that we have done. Basically, it's in the southernmost area of peninsular Malaysia, about as I said, 6,000 to 7,000 independent smallholder farmers. Okay, you will have these slides, so you can go over this in detail. What happens is what I want to show you next is again. Okay, so typically we have surveyed about 3,000 farmers personally. We have reached one-on-one, done some sustainability gap analysis. So you will see, I mean, this is a typical demographic profile, especially the area I showed you, southern Malaysia, Johor. Most of these are elderly people, 40 to 50, 70, 80. These are the typical age profile. As Haji Azmi shared earlier, the yields generally what we have found is 16 to 18 metric ton per hectare per year, which is lower than most of the peninsular Malaysia on an average. And the land sizes are also small. If the scheme farmers that were started with the successful reduction of the poverty program of 4 hectares, by the Feldas of the world, these small farmers have 3 or 2.5 hectares on an average. There are much more smaller farmers in Johor. So with this, the challenges they face are also different. The challenges in, if you see the plantation, the age of the trees, they are farmers with 45 years, 38, 25. I mean, we learn in the book that after 25 to 30 years, the tree becomes too long to harvest. But then these farmers don't have the money to replant. So this is a different challenge. If they replant, then the 4 years, they will not have any income. So how do they go about sustaining themselves while also trying to be sustainable? So these are some of the challenges that we need even or to design for or to financially viable products that understands these complexities and different phases or the life cycle of the independent smallholder farmer's farm, how it moves from the beginning to replanting towards the end when he has to harvest it, when the yield goes high. And also the different stakeholders. So the farmers, what this slide shows is mostly, I mean, if I would take the example of the Felda mills, so these are the mills which have account holders, I mean, external account holders. The farmers mostly end up going through these account holders or dealers who have account. The dealers will aggregate through collection centers. A collection center would have about anywhere from 200 to 400, 500 independent small farmers. And we need this network because the supply is so small that we need a little bit of aggregation here. But again, I mean, you can see with all these different stakeholders added up, it adds a lot of complexity, but something that I would again like to highlight based on the research that we have done. I mean, you see these numbers. So we hear 43% independent, this is MPOB data, are independent smallholder farmers of the whole lot. But this is, I'm assuming, not taking into account the unregistered smallholder farmers. A lot of them are unable to go through all the checks and get themselves registered. So we find about anywhere from 30 to 40%. So this number is roughly 60 to 70% of the registered farmers. If you bring them in and do the real maths, the impact of the independent smallholder farmers in the overall supply side is higher. It's not just limited to 40%, it could even be 50, 55%. So these are the realities, and I'm just trying to focus that they need a greater attention and better intervention to take them out of this vicious cycle. Small land holding size, they can't do much better, and then they have to replant, and these are then they go through this. And so, yeah, this is something to substantiate what I was saying. The average land holding size is lower in Johor, and that's why the problems are a little bit different. I think Haji Azmi also covered briefly on how much a smallholder makes. But so here is, I'll just go over this slide. What I'm trying to show you, if the MPOB sets price of 2,500, and I think it's the same price that we had on Haji Azmi's side. Now, from a CPO price of 2,500 and oil extraction rate of 18%, I mean, you get about 500 per metric ton for fresh fruit bunch. No? But then you take out the processing cost, the mill gate price becomes 400. From this, now all of this, what we are doing here, we are still not incorporating. So the farmer gets this 400 from the collection center and he has to go. But from this fruit, the CPKO, the crude palm kernel oil that comes, about 70 ringgit per metric ton of fruit, about the palm cake, kernel cake that comes out. So the farmer has no visibility to downstream because he's a small player in this big supply chain. And roughly, if you would also try to incorporate the input cost. So net, a farmer takes away 40% of the beginning price, the 540 or which is decided by MPOB. And this is, I will say, this is a systemic issue. The mills are so big that the farmer has to go through these hops, and the more hops they go, the more they lose. And I've added a quote here that this is again another example of a farmer. It's a John F. Kennedy's quote. Is the man only man in our economy who buys everything at retail, sells at wholesale, and pays the freight both ways. So that's where what I'm trying to highlight here is there is this external factors, the pressure of certification, the anti-palm oil campaign, all of these goes on. And then we have this diseconomies of scale. A lot of times, I haven't seen in other countries, unlike other countries where sometimes just to support themselves through this replanting phase, farmers do underplanting. Okay, in our case in Johor, probably there's a lot of other diseases, Ganoderma and rhinoceros beetle, so it won't allow this. But it can be managed better. It is another model of sustaining financially, being able to survive if they don't have to chop off everything and they start just like banana, the palm tree again. Intercropping with pineapple. So how do they manage between the sharecroppers who will come and plant their pineapple in between the when they have replanted? Was it the same guy doing it? If it's the same farmer, both replanting and also doing the pineapple, then it's a huge cost. So there are better ways of managing it, one versus the other. And these we need to know about these, and especially if there are financial institutions who are designing their products to loan these farmers, assess their risks. So it's not a one-stop solution. You have to understand the different phases of this farmer's life cycle in terms of his farm. You have to understand the external factors and internal factors. A farmer, you can't grade him as a high risk all the time, or because at one time he's high risk for one particular part of his supply chain, for the other season, this same farmer who was a high risk in times of high rain, it's a low risk. So it's a little bit more complex, and that's why a lot of times the downstream players do not want to deal with this independent farmer section. For them, it's a black box and very difficult to trace. Yes. So what's the solution? Where do we go from here? So some of these things I've spoken out, that if you can design financial products better, keeping in mind the supply chain, keeping in mind the life cycle of the farm. I will only share a little bit of what we have done. We have come up with with these farmers, we have come up with something like a cooperative, is again trying, not actually a scheme, but trying to bring these farmers together so that collectively they can bargain better, they can learn from each other better, and safeguard their interest. So what example I'm giving you here is we have called, we have a small farmer association, which we have formulated calling Center for Sustainable Small Owners, we call it. And under that, we have registered farmers. They themselves came up with this association. We have been working with them for the last 4 years, and they call it Pertubuhan Tani Niaga Lestari, and they came up with this acronym Perta Niaga. So all the things that I'm talking about, we try to educate these farmers. We've also have some agronomic help. I think the missing link out there is the financial sector, who we are trying to engage now that this organization is registered and more farmers are registering. Eventually, I mean, there is a process. What we have here, what I'm showing you here, this is our journey. We call it the sustainability journey, which is we try to engage with the farmers and educate them on sustainability and awareness that it is needed. It is, I mean, it's a part of life. And of course, certification is one way to endorse ourselves and try to create a culture of responsibility, you know. So that is the bigger message. And then responsibility can be implemented through certification. It's one way, but above all, use common sense and try to do things right. Okay. Similarly, the downstream players, the MNCs, we also try to leverage their help and support, that they need to invest upstream, and so that there is visibility, transparency. So upstream players have to be also like the small farmers, committing to sustainability, understanding their role, making their practices and farms traceable, and the supply chain transparent. If that happens, then the downstream players, the bigger MNCs and the end buyers, also are more willing to invest upstream. So that way, try to create a win-win situation. So that's in a nutshell, a little bit from what we have learned, that there are challenges, and it's in the multi-stakeholder partnership that is very much needed, even for that small group of the independent smallholders sitting upstream. So if you can do more work like this, probably that's one thing that we are testing. And that's all from my side. If you have questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Thank you, Dr. Asad. So that concludes the presentations we have for the palm oil session. We will now address some of the questions that have been asked by the participants to our presenters. So the first question is actually for Encik Farihan. If annual reviews is mandatory, even for small exposures, this may lead to high maintenance costs versus other sectors. Then banks may avoid financing such projects. What are your views on this?
I believe this is where the bank needs to work together and collaborate with the government agencies and NGOs. For example, provide the awareness to their clients to go and grab the opportunities that we can see that, like I presented earlier, there are so many initiatives that the government is giving now. So if our clients is not doing anything, you can imagine they will end up without MSPO certified. Then what will happen to their business? So I think the loss potential is higher than the benefit that we're going to gain if we embark into this initiative. Obviously, there is a cost, but I believe the benefit of it can compensate the cost. That's all.
Thank you, Encik Farihan. So for the second question, it's addressed for Tuan Haji Azmi. With increasing difficulties to get labor, do you foresee fewer people venturing into planting and even the exit of some
Well, when you talk about labor,
planters?
labor is one of the main problems in the palm oil industry. In fact, right now, because of the labor problem, in fact, the smallholders also are facing problem with labor. Because you see the survey done by Dr. Artai now, the average age of the smallholder has come to 70, 80 years. And with the height of tree at 25, 20 feet, we need labor. So labor is a major problem in the industry. And for the estate also, they are facing problem now. Right now, I can tell you, the productivity of the Malaysian palm oil industry are low now because of labor. So I think, I don't have any solution on that, but maybe we have to do something about it. If not, and our productivity will go down, and this will affect the future of the palm oil industry in Malaysia.
Thank you, Tuan Haji. Okay, so for our next question is to Puan Kamini. The participant would like to know what is the average cost for certification?
Usually the average cost will be based on the mandates. So what we will do is, like I told earlier, we will do a contract review. So in terms of for smallholders, the cost will not be as expensive. We will actually have a daily rate that we actually give, and then we will look at the mandates, which will maybe comprise of maybe about 5 to 6 mandates of auditing, which will include both stage 1 and stage 2. So based on that, then we will identify what is the overall cost. But for smallholders, the rate is actually slightly lower comparatively to the bigger units.
Thank you, Puan Kamini. Actually, expanding from that, could you give an indication of the average duration to complete the certification process? For example, for someone with low, medium, or high risk.
If let's say, like we actually highlighted earlier, the risk factor will affect the mandates. But in terms of completing the certification, will actually depend on how prepared the certification unit is. Like I do believe, like everybody said, that if it's a bigger estate, of course they are more prepared and they have whatever resource and avenue available. So if let's say everything goes well, starting from the stage 1 all the way up to receiving the certificate, we can actually do it within 6 months. Okay, so this is in terms of stage 1, then we'll give them like a 2-month period for them to do the activity, collect relevant records, and then we will do a stage 2 audit. And by the time, let's say, if they have no findings and things like that, then we can actually award them the certification. So the total exercise will take about 6 months. But if there are issues of concerns that has been raised, this can go slightly a little bit longer. So it all actually depends on how prepared the certification unit is.
Thank you for the information, Puan Kamini. So next question is for Dr. Asad. Do you see global companies making investment to help our independent smallholders become more sustainable?
Yes, global companies have to make investments, and there are global companies making investments. And if you look, for example, I mean, Indonesia, Malaysia, these two countries, the issues are different. In Malaysia, the concern for the global companies is on the human rights side, is on the labor side. The issue, for example, on the Indonesian palm oil side, is on the environmental side. And similarly, like when I talk to these companies, they've also divided their issues among the European and the American counterparts. For an example, some would focus on the human rights side, the other would focus for this whole region, Malaysia, Indonesia region, the others would continue to focus on the environmental side. So, and now, but these companies also realize that all this anti-palm oil campaign that has been going down for some time, it is now coming to a level of maturity where they are able to understand that you can't just paint one picture at one end without understanding the complexity of the supply chain. So the bigger companies are developing a better understanding of this and getting to the reality of the anti-palm oil campaign and taking the next step, which is to commit from their side. You know, the word I used, shared responsibility. So a lot of companies are also coming up with a commitment to buy these certified sustainable palm oil at a premium. And I think this is a good positive step because we can produce the MSP certified palm oil, and then there is always non-certified. But if there is no market and no premium, then that's a big demotivation. So, I mean, without going into a lot of detail, we can do it on a separate occasion. Yes, companies are the foreign companies and the big the MNCs are investing all the way to the independent smallholder side. The examples I gave is one example of one such project.
Thank you, Dr. Asad. So we have another question for Tuan Haji Azmi. Do you have an estimation of figures of what percentage of smallholders are currently receiving financial assistance from government or financing facilities from financial institutions?
Okay. As I mentioned earlier, the evolution of smallholders is more on dependent of the government projects. You see, like for example, the organized smallholders like FELDA. You see, earlier the model of FELDA is a good model for development of smallholders because to eradicate poverty. So there's financing of the government, even though the financing comes from the World Bank, and finally the smallholders are paying for it, but most of the development partly is done by the government. And so does the other agencies like RISDA, FELDA, RISDA, and FECRA. So they are helping the smallholders. And for the private institution, it's yet to be seen that because of the problem of the risks involved in investing in the smallholder sector, as we have heard from our speakers, you see, I don't know how the finance sector look at the smallholder, even because the profit is based on the price of CPO. So when the price is high, of course, you can see a very lucrative business in smallholders. For example, one time I think the price goes up to 3,000 to 4,000 ringgit, and the price of FFP can go to 700 ringgit, 800 ringgit, and it will be very profitable for everybody to go into palm oil. And you can see a lot of rubber smallholders migrate to palm oil during that time. But when the price goes to around maybe 1,009, 1,005, and our cost of living increased by tremendously, and there is this is the problem for the smallholders, and their income is very, very low, and this time there is a lot of risk. And for a finance institution, the private institution, when we approach them, the first thing they ask, what is the guarantee do you have? The land is the guarantee, and the risk involved in planting palm oil, you can see, tell you. If you fail to do, if you don't pay your bank, then finally the bank will be owning your land. So this is a problem that the smallholders are, not to say afraid to go to the bank, but they have no other alternative but ask help from the government. As you can see now, you see the government under this want to help the smallholders, they are giving grants. They are not giving grants, they are giving loans to the very soft loans to smallholders to replant. As Dr. Atta mentioned, replanting is very important. So the government are giving loan, they shift from grant to loan. And you know how many percent of the 500 million ringgit we've been applied by the smallholders? It's less than 1%. You see? So this is the issue. That means the smallholders, the financial institution, the private sector should really look into the complexity of these smallholders and look into where we can reduce the risk, and so that it becomes very lucrative for the smallholders to help reduce in terms of whatever financial product they can give to the smallholders. Thank you.
Thank you, Tuan Haji. Perhaps I can ask Encik Farihan now. With regards to the sectoral guide, what do you think is the time frame to set up the necessary policies and procedures to actual implementation of the assessment?
I don't think I have an answer for that, because to me it depends. It depends on the banks, the financial institution itself, their commitment, their efforts, and their resources that they want to put into the effort. For example, this palm oil requirement, the measurement and everything is quite technical. So in order to embark into this, we must the people itself must be ready to deeply do the research and everything in order to come out with the suitable assessment and the policy and so on. So this is one of the areas that we need to consider when developing the documents of course. And then another thing would depends on the financial institution's internal process for their approval of the policy itself, because I believe every bank have their own process internally. So we need to see how long would it take and how many committee would it need to go and everything, how the process to complete with the one policy documents. And another thing is the readiness of the infra and people. We don't want the kind of shot sendiri came out with the policy, but then the implementation gone, cannot do. So we believe the readiness of the infrastructure and the people, everything need to come together so that the implementation only can become smoothly. So I really don't have a specific timeline for that lah. Thank you.
Thank you, Encik Farihan. Okay. Just to expand on the brief explanation given by Tuan Haji Azmi earlier, there's a question to follow up on your response. What are there any efforts or initiatives made to improve the price for smallholders?
Well, you asked me because when I mentioned earlier that the price of FB that we receive is account-backed price from CPO. So you talk about improving price, and the smallholder we have no say on improving the price. But okay, at the level of FB, what I can really urge the government under the called CPOC, CPOC, country of producing palm oil countries. So under CPOC, we should have a joint effort with Indonesia and other producing countries to be like OPEC, I don't know whether we can control price or not. And if the CPO price, this can be not to be controlled, but at a stable price. And at the end of the day, the price of FFB can be sustained and good for the farmers. And for the FFB price, one thing that I would like to mention just now, regarding how the FFB transaction is being carried out now. You see, as Dr. Atta mentioned just now, it's very thankful to him because there's two ways. One is direct. Let's send to the mill. That can be a little bit of advantage to the smallholders. For example, in Felda, they ask you, this integration, market integration should be one of the area, one of the things that we should look into. The government should give incentive on market integration, whereby the smallholder can send direct to the mill. This is one area that we can improve the price. And then if what happened now is that we are selling to the dealers. Okay, under MSPO, I can tell you, MSPO is standard. There should be a quality standard prescribed under MSPO. There must be a premium price, premium quality thing should be under MSPO. That's why I mentioned earlier, there is nothing in MSPO relating to price. I know how. See, if we produce good crop, there must be incentive of price. So right now, if you ask me what are the effort that we do, we can give a lot of effort, but where is the benefit? So if I send you a low crop FFP to the mill, and my neighbor is sending a very quality crop, and I'm getting the same price. So what incentive is there? This is the thing that the conduct of the market should be really looked into, and then probably certain incentive by the government in a way that to make sure that market integration, mills and the smallholders, and will bring high income to the small. This is one thing. And the second thing, in the international arena, CPOC, hopefully, we look into this and make sure it can standardize give a premium price to the smallholders. I think that is my explanation. Thank you.
Thank you, Tuan Haji. Puan Kamini, we have a question here for you. Is the planting license provided subject to certification for a grower who subsequently fails an audit review?
So we do look into legal requirements for the MSPO certification. I think in terms for the smallholder principles, even though it is slightly lesser than compared to the others, meaning to say they have less principles to comply, one of the principles that we do look into is the legal requirement. But we do indicate that if, let's say, they do not comply to the MSPO certification, this is not like an end-all kind of thing. It is a process for them to actually obtain the certification exercise. It's just that I do believe the MPOB has actually indicated that their license could actually come into issue down the road if they do not have a MSPO certification, because it has been made mandatory that all estates, regardless of whether it's an organized smallholder, independent smallholder, or bigger estates, as well as billers, they actually have to have a MSPO certification in order for them to continue renewing their MPOB license. All right, but for smallholders, right now MPOB is in the process of educating, I do believe, the smallholders that this certification is important for them to continue renew. As certification bodies, we will also like to help the smallholders obtain certification. So we will actually, that's why when the MSPO standard was established, all right.
But we heard you fine.
Okay.
It's okay. I wasn't speaking.
All right.
It's okay. Thank you. Anyway. Okay. Okay. So I'm going to the next question. Okay. I can see that a lot of questions are centered about the negative publicity or criticism surrounding the palm oil sector. One of this is addressed to the banks. Well, I will ask Encik Farihan here. Are Malaysian banks facing external pressures to stop funding palm oil?
Well, basically, yes, of course. I would say yes, because even there was a report from one of the NGO, I think, not in Malaysia, specifically mentioned Maybank name, that Maybank is the biggest lender for palm oil. So I would say yes, we did receive a pressure from that, because besides the ESG risk that we are working on now, whether we realize it or not, it actually will end up to the reputational risk of the bank itself. So if we are not into this journey together, then I believe we will left behind, and the stakeholder will not be supporting us anymore. Okay.
Thank you, Encik Farihan. So the next question is for Dr. Asad. Do you think that the MSPO certification can address the criticisms by EU?
So the EU are not specifying what kind of certification they are actually looking for. So that's the catch as well. I mean, when they say certified sustainable palm oil, am I clear? You can hear me, guys? Okay. So that is yes, the catch as well. When we say certified sustainable palm oil, you can always find some aspect of it and say, hey, that's where you fall short. Okay. Again, so I can't answer that. We will say, well, if it's MSPO, then we are good. Okay, and even we should not think ourselves that if we are MSPO, we have done everything that needs to be done. Okay, it's a big step. A lot of pressure is about, as I said, I use these words, traceability and transparency. So do we, through MSPO, can we provide that? They have come up with this, they call about no deforestation, no planting on peat, no exploitation, which is a big part. So MSPO definitely addresses a big section, big chunk of it. But will it qualify to what EU is asking? As I said, I'm not sure. Okay, will RSPO meet there? Yes, there's a lot of talk about RSPO. With RSPO, can we provide traceability? With MSPO, can we provide? So we have to use our common sense, and we have to do what is right. Okay, and stand by something that we are doing and which is genuinely good. Okay, we have to speak that, okay, in the name of sustainability, do we want to remove these independent smallholder farmers? The first one, they're the first ones to be culled out, because maybe you can't trace to them and you can't ask them to do, because the cost is simply so high. So I mean, it's a loaded question, and it's a lot of it responsibility is on the palm oil producing countryside. We have to brand it also properly. We have to regulate it also properly, so that it by itself gains credibility and stands as a global standard against or with RSPO or with other standards. So on that front, a lot of work needs to be done. So it's an ongoing process. I don't want to use the word ongoing battle. It's an ongoing process. Okay, it needs to be, a lot needs to be done. And along with that, we should ourselves, as palm producing countries, should not be complacent that, okay, now since we have achieved MSPO, it's done. Okay, we have to keep working and finding ways. Eventually, it has to tie up with the improvement of the livelihood of these farmers who are involved. And the landscape also changes. I'm sorry if I'm taking long. The landscape also changes. One of the things that was mentioned when we started with this FELDA program, removing the poverty, and it's a big success story. You know how the poverty has been alleviated from 60-70% to less than 5% today. But other countries have been trying to emulate, and there is not a huge success out there. But fundamentally, if you look, when this 4-hectare size land was given, when I inquired, the premise was that this is what can be managed. It was not based on some scientific research that what's the right size. So they tried to give actually a larger size, but 4 worked out just right. Today, these small farmers are jumping in thinking palm is the right place to get in. But if you don't have that critical land mass, and today it's about between 3 and 4 hectares, then with the input costs being high, with our living standards being high, we will never be able to sustain ourselves. And so these farmers go on a vicious cycle down. You know, the land size, the minimum land size has also become an issue out there. So coming back, yes, there can always be shortfalls even if you go MSPO, but doesn't mean we should be complacent. We should get MSPO done, and we should keep moving on with other things that, as of today, we don't cover part of MSPO.
Thank you, Dr. Asad. We have one final question for you, actually, since we still have you on the line. The question is, do you think that fintech has a role to support the small holders?
You're talking about, I mean, at this point in time, if through fintech we can achieve some level of traceability, transparency, provide how the transactions are actually happening, okay, and provide some clarity and visibility onto that, maybe. But in the small farmer domain that we are talking about, a lot of groundwork needs to be done on itself. You know, these transactions have to be simplified. A big chunk of these farmers are not even part of the financial system. We're talking about fintech. So let's talk about where the rubber meets the road. No, let's keep our feet on the ground for now. Maybe at some later point in time we can talk about that. Okay, but as far as the small farmer sector is concerned, I'm talking about that. I mean, if you ask any smallholder farmer which has been in this business for about 30 years and second generation, you say what's more profitable, durian or pineapple? They all know that in terms of cash, there are other better crops. But the reason they invest in palm and they would like to stay with it because they're not with the banks, they don't like to be there for other reasons. And palm gives a slow drip, you know, even though it's not a whole lot, they can't get it all at once. So it's also tied up to the attitude, and they are okay with it. This is something that they like to have some stable, steady income, even though it's a little bit less than the other investment if they could have made in other kind of crops. So as I said, we have to look into the attitudes also of the farmers and our stakeholders where we are, and how much adoption they would do if we were to bring in new technologies itself.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Asad. I believe we are actually at the end of the Q&A session. I'm afraid that is all the questions that we can answer, although there are a lot of questions coming in. But I hope that the participants will be able to reach out to the presenters, as we will be sharing the slides with all the participants later. Okay. Thank you again to all the presenters for your responses. We really appreciate that. And before we end this town hall, we are honored to have Puan Madalina Muhammad, Director of the Islamic Banking and Takaful Department of Bank Negara Malaysia, to provide her closing remarks.
Waalaikumsalam. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Right. Okay. Thank you. A very good afternoon to everyone. I managed to actually listen to part of the conversation or the discussion this afternoon, and I'm indeed actually very pleased, to with the level of active participation by the audience today. And I also understand that even the discussion this morning, there was a lot of questions, there was a lot of participation. And, I think all this demonstrates not only interest in this particular area, but more importantly is in terms of the recognition the industry has on the urgent need for the industry to actually manage climate risk in order to safeguard stability and soundness of the system and your respective organizations. And at the same time, it also demonstrates the industry's keenness in seizing the opportunities that this particular development entails, and this is actually key given the where we are currently. Now, the challenges and the effects that we are currently experiencing as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic is actually a sneak preview, if I can say, of how extensive and how damaging in terms of the effects the climate crisis can have on our economy, on the society, as well as on the financial institutions. And as we know, a lot of resources have been allocated and in fact continues to be allocated to manage the downside that has been created by this crisis. And efforts to rebuild the economy, efforts to recalibrate businesses, as well as to preserve and create employment has actually been rather challenging, particularly given, among others, the level of indebtedness that we see within the economy, be it among the corporations, be it among the SMEs, as well as the households. So what is that as our economy rebuilds and resets itself post the COVID-19 environment, sustainability forms a fundamental pillar in our economic recovery plan. And for this to be successfully achieved, this is actually where the financial sector is going to be very critical. Your state of readiness, your ability to respond and to be able to play an enabling role in supporting the economic recovery journey is going to be of extreme crucial, it's very crucial. And this brings us to the discussion today and what is needed, what the kind of response that is needed from the industry. So I just have about 3 points which I want to highlight. First is in terms of the sectoral guide. Well, it basically serves as a building block. It's a key building block to build towards an orderly transition to a sustainable finance and low carbon environment. So back in November last year, the central bank, together with the industry, has issued the value-based intermediation financing and investment impact assessment framework. So I'm not going to belabor on this point now, but what was critical then, or the key finding then, was that yes, we've issued the framework, but the framework is rather broad. So what is needed is actually, customization. How do you actually then cascade this at the sector level or even subsector or sub-industry level? So this is precisely why and the sectoral guide was actually developed. And this is, so in the first part of the work, 3 activities or sectors have been chosen. Now, and as you would have heard throughout the day, the sectoral guidance is intended to help financial institutions when you rethink, when you recalibrate the traditional internal processes in terms of your traditional governance and systems, frameworks and policies, and even the way financial institutions are used to in crafting your business strategies. So the sectoral guide is actually intended to provide you with a little bit more intimate understanding in terms of how do you go about making these changes. And at the same time, it also serves as a guide to financial institutions in nurturing your customers, in your engagements with your clients towards adopting more sustainable practices. So what is key as well is actually communication. So the manner you engage, the manner you interact with your customers in this journey, how you educate them, how you support them is also going to be very critical. And this is actually very important because ultimately, as a country, what we want is actually to make sure that as the economy transitions, no one is actually left out. The transition is actually paced in a manner that is orderly, that ensures that there is no particular sector that is being excluded abruptly, that would and could have a downside risk to the economy as a whole. So managing this transition is actually very, very important, particularly to mitigate any unintended fallouts from any abrupt, unstructured, as well as poorly executed implementation. Second is in terms of, so I mentioned about managing risk. So the other part is in terms of, seizing the opportunities. So the adoption of sustainable consumption as well as sustainable production, that's actually one of the key priorities in the Shared Prosperity Vision 2030 that's been issued by the government, and it's also going to feature rather prominently in the upcoming Malaysian plan that is currently being developed. Now, realization of these plans will require mobilization of funds from both the private as well as the public sectors. And this is where opportunities will be for the financial sector. So there's a report issued by the this is the second biennial update report to the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. And the report actually estimated a total of about $4.5 billion of funding that is needed for the renewable energy and energy efficient programs alone for Malaysia. So, this is actually a massive amount, and it creates a lot of opportunities. But when we look at in terms of how much funding or how much financing is actually being channeled for this purpose or to these sectors, is actually very small. So what it means is that there is actually ample opportunities for scalability and for the financial institutions to tap into. Now, part of the array of challenges facing the industry is, of course, the lack of knowledge and the lack of expertise, particularly in the area or the subject of sustainable risk. So again, this is actually where the sectoral guidance comes in and provides you with the necessary technical details to help you understand, the various impact-based criteria, and also the risk factors involved. And this would allow you to better determine the appropriate risk appetite as well as risk strategies for your organizations, and that would help facilitate the development of suitable financial solutions and also services that are needed by your customers as they go through the journey. And if I can just quote what the governor mentioned in one of her remarks last year, there is indeed an urgent need to have a financial sector that is relevant, safe, and socially responsible. Finance must be relevant to the needs of the economy. So what this basically serves is as a reminder that, while profit is definitely an important consideration, but financial institutions must also take into account the need for you to also be socially and environmentally responsible. Now, the final point is about mainstreaming the guidance in order to support the climate change agenda. So when you look at the sectoral guides, this should not be viewed in silo, neither is it applicable only to a specific sector or to only a specific types of activities within the financial sector. I think since the issuance of the broader framework last year, the bank has also received quite a number of feedback from the industry in terms of, what's the link, what's the relevance between, the VBI as well as the climate risk agenda of the bank. Now, what I would say is that there is actually a strong complementary and synergy between the VBI framework and the sectoral guides and the climate agenda that is currently being pursued by the bank. So both are actually not being pursued in isolation. They are actually complementary. It actually complements each other. So the issuance of, to drive this point, last year as well, we've issued the discussion paper on climate change and principles-based taxonomy. And the intention is actually to provide guidance on classification of economic activities funded by the financial sector based on several broad principles, such as a contribution to greenhouse gas emissions, impact to broader environment, and climate change resilience. So the discussion paper is basically focusing on one track, whereas when you talk about the VBI is actually a broader concept. So one key component is actually on the environment, and that's where climate comes into the picture. So that's where the link between the VBI framework and the climate risk agenda of the bank is. That's where you can see the link. So the sectoral guides provide the information and also tools for the financial institutions to assess and validate your portfolio, your activities against the principles that are provided in the taxonomy. And it is definitely a document that can be referred to across the board, be it a conventional institution, be it an Islamic institution, be it a banking sector, be it an insurance, or even a portfolio management industry. So in concluding, I just want to applaud the collective effort that's being spearheaded by the community, VBI community of practitioners in realizing the publication of these sectoral guides. And I would also like to express my gratitude to all the industry experts, speakers, participants, and even IBFIM for taking on this challenge and for successfully participating and organizing this webinar. And what I would urge you is actually to not just look at these documents, provide your feedback, but at the same time to extend these documents to relevant stakeholders for them to also be able to share their feedback, to give their views in terms of, to what extent these documents are practical, to what extent these documents would actually be relevant for implementation by the industry. I believe the consultation period ends I think in November 2020, and the finalization is expected to be sometime next year, hopefully first quarter of next year. And I should also mention that this is actually just the first out of several tranches of sectoral guides to be developed by the industry. So, of course, we welcome more volunteers to actually work on the subsequent sectoral guides. So with that, thank you for your participation today, and I hope it has actually benefited all those who are in this, who have stayed on throughout the day, and we look forward to your as well as your commitments to further mainstream the adoption of these documents within your respective organizations. Thank you.
Thank you, Puan Madalina. We have reached the end of the town hall. On behalf of IBFIM, I would like to thank all attendees for joining us today, to all presenters for sharing their perspectives on the topics, and our sponsors, Malaysia Debt Ventures Berhad, Concord Group of Companies, and Bursa Malaysia, and our collaborative partners, the VBI Community of Practitioners, IBIM, and also Bank Negara Malaysia for the support provided in the conduct of this event. A link to the feedback form of this event will pop up once you leave the WebEx window. We hope to receive your feedback, your comments and suggestions for the improvement in our future programs. With that, thank you again, and we hope to see you and receive your participation in our future webinars. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.